Chapter 1197. As Nyayan grabbed Miso's head and ran down, he sensed an increasingly dense dark energy coming from underground. After running for a while, they arrived in front of a large door. This door was so thick that not even a Lord of Heaven could break it open. If it was Itianyan, he would be able to break it, but if he did so, it would alarm the big shots of Evil Moon City. Hence, he kept a low profile, letting Miso summon him, then launching a sneak attack. Everything was going according to plan. Open the door for me. Itianyan dragged Miso forward. I won't open the door for you, you damned human. Bang! Itianyan grabbed Miso's head and smashed it against the door. After smashing it twice, the door slowly opened. The main thing was that once the door was stained with President Miso's blood, it could slowly open. Without his blood, the door could not be opened. I didn't ask you to open the door for me. I was just saying. Itianyan dragged Miso's head back. Miso was already dizzy. Being smashed twice was a real pain. After the door opened, a thick wave of dark attribute energy rushed over and began to heal President Miso's injuries. However, it was useless. Itianyan quickly suppressed it, making it hard for him to recover. After entering, the first thing that came into view was naturally the dark core. The massive dark core was embedded in the ground, surrounded by divine rune arrays so that the dark energy could flow to its surface. The dark core was only one of Itianyan's targets. The other was the spirit fruit growing on top of the core. That's right, a fruit tree was growing on top of the core. It looked like a plump black fruit was forming, emitting a faint black glow. This was a rank 6 God realm dark spirit fruit, an extremely high-grade spirit fruit. According to legend, it would only grow on a core. This kind of dark spirit fruit would constantly absorb the core's energy. Normally, it would only grow 2 spirit fruits. The main thing was that after growing 2, the energy essence of the parasitic core would be sucked dry. However, in terms of rarity, this dark spirit fruit was much more valuable than the core. The 2 were not even on the same level. Cores were very precious, but they were divided into different grades. The dark core in front of him was only a 2nd grade treasure. However, this 2nd grade treasure couldn't be compared with other treasures. The main thing was its usefulness. The core could allow a planet to have more life. The use of this dark spirit fruit was to crazily strengthen one's dark attribute physique, which could raise one's realm by a large margin. If one did not have the dark attribute, after consuming it, one would be able to obtain the dark attribute constitution. Moreover, it would be the dark sage body, which was considered to be of a higher grade. It was just that the difficulty of condensing this dark spirit fruit was too high, and the time required was similarly very long. Without tens of thousands of years, it would be impossible for the dark spirit fruit to grow. The fact that the dark spirit fruit was about to ripen meant that it had been growing for tens of thousands of years. It was obvious that Miso wanted to keep it for himself so that he could improve his physique. Who would have thought that Itianyan would discover it? His appraisal, I pierced through the layers of divine runes and saw the situation inside. What attracted him the most was the dark spirit fruit. As for the dark core, it was not bad, but there were quite a few of them here, so it would be difficult to take them away. The core wasn't something that could be taken away at will. If it could be taken away at will, it would have been easily taken away by others. If one wanted to take away the core, one would need powerful heavenly Tao energy to turn into a rope and drag the core away. This had to be dragged away slowly, which was rather difficult. Or, rather, dragging a core away was equivalent to turning oneself into a big target. How could one not attract attention? However, Itianyan had a bold idea that he hadn't tried before. Perhaps he could try it now. How did you find the dark spirit fruit here? Miso was shocked. He was about to go crazy. Why do you care how I found it? Since I found this place, everything here belongs to me. Tianyun looked at the dark spirit fruit. He felt that it was not bad, mainly because it could be used to strengthen the evil spirit puppets. The stronger the evil spirit puppets were, the better. In the future, they could be his fighters. How could he waste them? Especially with so many evil spirit race beings. After killing so many, his cultivation would definitely rise rapidly. Following that, the heavenly tribulation would be difficult to resist. Without some foundation, it would be difficult to rush to a higher level. The dark spirit fruit was undoubtedly a good thing. It could greatly strengthen one's physique. When the time came, it would undoubtedly be easier to sneak into the evil spirit race. Strength was always the most important. If he didn't want the forces in the divine realm to reject him, he had to increase his cultivation. Only then could he successfully sneak in. Otherwise, how could he sneak in without even a stepping stone? Be *starred. I am going to kill you. Miso roared. He wanted to struggle and resist, but how could he be stronger than Tianyun? Kill me? Then I'll kill you first. Your value is only to help me open the door. Then Tianyun squeezed hard. With a bang, Miso's head was easily crushed, turning into a ball of blood. He was here to open the door. If he forced his way in, the impact would be too great. Ding! Successfully killed Miso. Obtained 7 compressed experience points. Evil spirit blood, evil spirit bone, evil spirit soul, Lord of Heaven level. If the evil spirit puppet absorbed the evil spirit soul of the Lord of Heaven level, the effects would undoubtedly be even more shocking. After killing it, Tianyun came in front of the dark spirit fruit. As soon as he got close, the dark spirit fruit immediately swept out several pitch-black whips towards him. Tianyun stretched out his hand and lightly flicked the pitch-black whips away, dissipating in the air. Squeak, 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 the dark spirit fruit let out a few screams. The long whips that were thrown out were actually its roots. Since its roots had been destroyed, it would definitely feel pain. However, this way, it wouldn't continue to attack. It even attacks people and wants to suck me dry. Tianyun narrowed his eyes and looked at it. As expected of the dark spirit fruit, the fruit of evil, it wants to suck anything with a bit of life force. It's a pity you met me, but I don't have time to wait for you to condense a second fruit. Tianyun reached out and waved at the dark spirit fruit. A powerful force immediately locked onto the dark spirit fruit. The dark spirit fruit writhed wildly, trying to break free. But how could its strength compare to Tianyun's? With a gentle tug, the dark spirit fruit let out a shrill cry and was caught in his hand. As soon as it landed in his hand, a plume of black smoke floated up from the dark spirit fruit. Then, the dark spirit fruit in his hand was no longer a dark spirit fruit, but a beautiful girl. This girl had beautiful eyes and black hair. Her skin was like jade. She was even more beautiful than the women outside. Chapter 1198. The dark spirit fruit turned into a beautiful girl, looking pitiful and pitiful. In this case, there are still many people who can't bear to eat it. Young master, please let me go, okay? The girl begged. I will help you, let you become stronger quickly. Please don't eat me. Get lost. Tianyun's eyes turned cold. The strength in his hand suddenly increased a bit. Under the squeeze, the girl screamed. The illusion suddenly disappeared and turned back into a spirit fruit, no different from before. This is undoubtedly the charm ability of the dark spirit fruit. It wants to charm Tianyun so that he won't eat it. However, it doesn't make any sense. This charm is meaningless to him. He can easily break it and turn back into an ordinary dark spirit fruit. This is a small trick of a high-grade spirit fruit. If he really listened to it, he doesn't know from which angle it will attack him and suck him dry. Spirit fruits that reach this level, including other spirit herbs, have some initial spiritual wisdom. How can it let others eat it at will? Therefore, it will definitely use some means to protect itself. However, illusion is always illusion. It is not a real entity. It is easy to see through. This kind of charm is meaningless to him. It only arouses his anger. Since it dared to charm him, he will not be polite. It has a little spiritual wisdom. If it was any other cultivator, they will really be charmed by you. Tianyun looked at the dark spirit fruit coldly. If he is a little careless, he will die. Compassion can exist, but it depends on what you have compassion for. The dark spirit fruit is evil. It will devour anything except itself. It will not make sense to sympathize with it. It will only make you become its fertilizer earlier. Immediately, he threw the dark spirit fruit into the shop and sold it, in exchange for a few 100,000 crazy points, not compressed crazy points. The two are different concepts. Then he looked at the situation in the shop. This dark spirit fruit is expensive, as high as 80 million crazy points. Converted to compressed crazy points is equal to 8 points. When it was sold, it was only a few tenths of compressed crazy points, but when it was bought, it cost 8 crazy points. This shop was simply an invincible scam. Tianyun wasn't an idiot. The reason he sold it to the store was simple. It was to let him buy the dark spirit fruit. Dark spirit fruit is very rare, so it's normal for it to be worth 8 crazy points. This way, he would be able to purchase it at will. It wouldn't be a problem to use it to strengthen the evil spirit puppets or use it to replace other treasures. After all, this item was considerably rare. If Shifeng brought it to God's domain, it would cause a mad scramble for it. If it was sold, it would cause an even greater uproar. For him, as long as he has crazy points, he can buy unlimited items, regardless of the number of times. Friend, where are you going in such a hurry? The people who appeared in front of Tianyun were Earth Lord Fau, Earth Lord Fanna, and other Earth Lords who came out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, 6 Earth Lords blocked in front of him. Before Tianyun could reply, a few more figures appeared beside him. Earth Lord Fau, you guys really came to intercept us. At this moment, a group of Earth Lords appeared at the side. When they saw them, they weren't surprised. Earth Lord Yuga, you guys actually came. Earth Lord Fau, and the others' eyes turned cold. With so many people involved, it wouldn't be easy to split the spoils. The other group also had many Earth Lords. There were also 5 of them. In total, there were 11 Earth Lords surrounding them. It was really a big move. Chapter 1199. Earth Monarch Fau, if you can come, why can't we? Earth Monarch Yuga, and the others looked at them coldly with hostility. It wasn't that they didn't have a good relationship, but there were too many people now, and it wasn't easy to distribute the items. Before they finished their conversation, another group of Earth Monarchs appeared. From a dozen, they piled up to 20, then 30. After piling up, there were finally more than 40 Earth Monarchs, and some Star Monarchs surrounded them. There were more than 70 of them in total. It was unknown if this number would increase, or if 1 or 2 Lord of Heaven would appear. With so many Earth Monarchs, it's the right decision to be high profile. Tianyun smiled. This was what he needed to capture most of the Earth Monarchs in one fell swoop. There were many Earth Monarchs in Evil Moon City, but most of them were here. As long as they eliminated this group of Earth Monarchs, Evil Moon City's combat power would be reduced by half, and the rest would be left to Yu Ming. This was equivalent to giving Yu Ming a mission. If he couldn't even complete this mission, then he wouldn't be qualified to be the God General. While he was planning how to crush this group of idiots, they were in a heated argument. I didn't expect all of you to come. Why? Do you all want to get some benefits from him? Aren't you? He has so many weapons and treasures, and there might be more that he hasn't revealed yet. We just came along to ask for a weapon or two. T. He provoked me before, and even tried to snatch my slaves. He didn't give me any face at all. What did he do to you? He has no enmity with us. He just came to borrow some treasures. Do you have anything to say? They all started cursing at each other, not wanting each other to get involved and affect their own benefits. Enough. Earth Monarch Fan Na snorted and said coldly, "What are you arguing about? Now is not the time to say such things. Let's see what treasures he is first." Hearing this, the other Earth Monarchs nodded in agreement. It seemed like Earth Monarch Fan Na's words carried quite a lot of weight. Immediately, everyone calmed down and stopped arguing. Then, they all stared at Tianyan. "Unfortunately, you've provoked me. I asked you to give me some face, but you refused. Now, I'll give you a chance. Either you die, or you hand over all your treasures. It's that simple." Earth Monarch Fan Na said coldly, "I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourself. I don't care where you come from, but Evil Moon City is our territory. In our territory, you have to listen to us." Earth Monarch Fan Na was just that arrogant. She might not have any say in the deity domain, but in Evil Moon City, there was no problem. She didn't dare to say that she had absolute authority, but at the very least, most of the Earth Monarchs would stand behind her. "I'm just buying slaves normally. What's wrong with that?" Tianyan shrugged. "It's true that you bought slaves, but you bought the slaves that I wanted. That's a big mistake." Earth Monarch Fan Na looked at him coldly and said, "It seems like you don't know how to do things. I don't know which faction taught you, but it's a miracle that you can cultivate to this level." "What?" "From your tone, it sounds like I'm going to die if I don't listen to your orders." Tianyan laughed. "No, I should say that I'm going to die from the very beginning. I don't think you'll let me go. You just want to see what treasures I have, so that you won't destroy them in a fight. Weapons were naturally harder to destroy, but elixirs were easier to destroy. Therefore, they first gave a scare before attacking fiercely. They couldn't figure out Tianyan's identity, so the best outcome was to kill him. As long as they killed him, everything would be a secret." Earth Monarch Fan Na's cold eyes flickered with coldness. "It seems like you're not stupid, but there's something wrong with your head. Since you've figured it out, it'll be much easier. If you're straightforward and hand over all your treasures, we won't let you die too painfully." From the very beginning, they didn't plan to let Tianyan go. Now that they were exposed, they could only tell the truth. "Is that so? If I really did that, then there must be something wrong with my head." Tianyan glanced around and said with a sneer, "My friend, don't hide, come out quickly." Earth Monarch Fan Na and the others were startled and quickly looked to the side. There was no one there. They quickly looked to where Tianyan was and found that he was still there. He didn't purposely deceive them and then run away. Not willing to come out, Tianyan flicked his hand, and a beam of light burst out, and then fell on the corner of the room. Bang! A group of figures appeared on the side. They were none other than Deacon Shugo and the others from the auction. He didn't expect them to follow him. "Esteemed guest, we don't have any ill intentions. We're just here to take a look." Deacon Shugo rubbed his palms with a wretched expression. Who would believe him? Even a 3-year-old wouldn't believe him if he was just here to take a look. "Deacon Shugo, you're all here?" Earth Monarch Fan Na's expression sank. She didn't expect them to hide behind her without being discovered. "We don't have any ill intentions. We're just here to take a look." Deacon Shugo chuckled. "Don't talk so much nonsense. Since you're already here, there's no point in continuing to talk like this." Tianyan said indifferently, "Do you want to come here to rob us?" Didn't you say that I'm an esteemed guest? Is this how you treat an esteemed guest? This. Deacon Shuga squinted at him and smiled. Esteemed guest, you've misunderstood us. If you're willing to pay the price, we'll do our best to protect you and prevent them from harming you. However, the price is a little high. I hope you can understand. Looting a burning house. The status of the auction house wasn't low. They didn't even fear Earth Monarch Fan Na, so they naturally dared to say such words. Deacon Shuga, how dare you? Earth Monarch Fan Na's eyes turned cold. She didn't expect Deacon Shu Ji's group to interfere. If they rescued Tianyun, who knew what kind of identity Tianyun had at that time, Deacon Shu Ge would definitely gain double the reward. You flatter me, you flatter me. Deacon Shu Ge smiled. I'm a coward. I just want to do some small business. Now, there were two sides. As long as Tianyun said he would hand over the treasures, Deacon Shu Ji's group would immediately charge over to rescue him. Otherwise, he would be at the mercy of Earth Monarch Fan Na's group. Chapter 1200. They thought that Tianyun would choose them, but little did they know that Tianyun wouldn't choose anyone. Seeing them quarreling made him laugh. More than half of the experts in Evil Moon City had come. In total, there were at least 70 to 80 Earth Monarchs. How could he not be happy with the huge amount of experience points in front of him? I didn't expect to attract so many Earth Monarchs. I've really struck it rich this time. Tianyun smiled and felt very happy. When Earth Monarch FAU and the others saw that Tianyun could still smile, they were instantly enraged. They thought that Tianyun would definitely choose Deacon Shu Ge to protect him and escape. That was why he was smiling so happily. Deacon Shu Ge had brought a lot of Earth Monarchs. There were also over a dozen Earth Monarchs. Most importantly, Deacon Shu Ji's background wasn't weak. They couldn't casually injure Deacon Shu Ge. Otherwise, President Miso would definitely pursue the matter. Of course, President Miso was already dead, and there was no way he would pursue the matter. Deacon Shu Ge also thought that Tianyun wanted his protection, which was why he was smiling so happily. Esteemed guest, it seems like you have made a wise decision. Deacon Shu Ge responded with a smile. He looked at Tianyun as though he was looking at a money tree that could constantly produce money. Of course, I have made the decision from the beginning. Tianyun smiled. Then you are sure that you want us to be your guards and rescue you? Deacon Shu Ge smiled. Deacon Shu Ge, aren't you being too arrogant? Do you think you can save him with just these few people? Earth Monarch Fan Na and the others were instantly enraged. This kind of condescension was simply too arrogant. That's right. Do you think we are vegetarians? Even if your president is here, he would have to think twice. All of them were infuriated. Even if their cultivation wasn't as high as President Miso's, it didn't mean that they couldn't find someone stronger. Then why don't you try? Deacon Shu Ji's eyes narrowed and flickered with coldness. You guys wait. Tianyun motioned for them to stop. Instantly, everyone's eyes focused on him. Who said that I need Deacon Shu Ji's protection? He doesn't want Deacon Shu Ji's protection? They were all dumbfounded, wondering if they had heard wrong. Esteemed guest, what do you mean by this? If you don't let us protect you, do you think you can escape by yourself? Deacon Shu Ji's expression turned ugly. Wasn't this a slap to his face? No, I won't escape. I will kill all of you here. As soon as the words were spoken, Tianyun's figure appeared in the sky. Before they could react, the title of the top earthly monarch of all times was unleashed. The absolute suppression of earthly monarchs was immediately unleashed, especially with the suppression of the heavenly Tao's power. It immediately caused their strength to shrink drastically. It was as if they had become extremely weak star monarchs. They were greatly weakened. Human race. They were stunned. They didn't know what was going on. Suddenly, a human came out from the evil spirit race's body. More importantly, they felt that their strength had been greatly reduced, and they could not even raise their strength. It was as if there was some kind of power suppressing them, making them unable to move. Die. Yi Tianyun didn't have time to be long-winded with them. His figure flashed, and two figures swept to the side. Yi Tianyun swung his spear, as if he was harvesting cabbages. A wave of evil spirit race was directly swept into ashes. The evil spirit puppets attacked at the same time. One punch was like smashing eggs. It didn't take any effort at all. In the blink of an eye, a majority of the evil spirit race were killed. It was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Ding! Successfully killed evil spirit race, Earth Monarch Level 3. Obtained experience. Obtained evil spirit soul, evil spirit blood, Earth Monarch level. Ding! Successfully killed evil spirit race, Earth Monarch Level 2. Obtained experience. Ding! A string of pleasant sounds rang out, and shocking numbers kept popping up. The Earth Monarch level experience was quite a lot. Although he needed a lot of experience to level up, it was very little. Coupled with the 64 times experience, it was already quite shocking. Right now, the most important thing for him was to obtain the materials of the evil spirit race. When the time came, he would use them all on the evil spirit puppets, and they would be able to increase by several levels. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the evil spirit race had been swept away. All of them were shocked. Some of them reacted in time to escape, but they realized that they couldn't fly at all. Under the suppression of this title, their speed wasn't even 10% of their usual speed. In Yi Tianyun's eyes, they were like snails. Where are you trying to escape to? Yi Tianyun's figure flashed and blocked in front of Earth Monarch Fan Na. I didn't expect our evil spirit race to collude with the human race. This is simply despicable. Earth Monarch Fan Na was infuriated. What she couldn't accept the most was that her own race would collude with outsiders. This was absolutely not allowed. Even if they had a fierce internal strife, they disdained to collude with the human race. It was simply a disgrace to their status. Is that so? Then you can go to hell and enjoy your despicable life. Yi Tianyun sneered and pierced through Earth Monarch Fan Na's body with his spear. At the same time, with a twist of his spear, the enormous body immediately turned into a blood mist. She couldn't be any more dead. Following that, his figure flashed and blocked in front of Earth Monarch FAU again. Before the other party could speak, he had already pierced through her. Why your human race will be exterminated. Bang! Yi Tianyun twisted his hand, and Earth Monarch FAU was completely exterminated. Before our human race is exterminated, your evil spirit race shall be exterminated first. Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold. He quickly turned his gaze to the other evil spirit race members and attacked them in a frenzy. None of them could run fast enough, so they could only wait to be slaughtered. The evil spirit puppet quickly blocked in front of Deacon Shu Ge and swung its fist toward him. Esteemed guest, I promise I won't tell anyone that you are with the human race. Deacon Shu Ge did beg for mercy, but what awaited him was a cold fist. The evil spirit puppet couldn't speak at all. Previously, it was Yi Tianyun who had used his voice. Right now, the evil spirit race only gave the order to exterminate the surrounding evil spirit race members. How could it speak? It basically killed one with a single punch, and all of them died like dogs. Under the joint attack of the human and the puppet, 80 to 90 evil spirit race members were easily eliminated, and they obtained a huge pile of experience points and materials. The densely packed pile of decent materials was enough for the evil spirit puppet to improve by a large margin. Not bad, not bad. The harvest is bountiful, but it's still not enough. Eteonyon looked at the evil moon city in the distance and focused his eyes. The materials were still too little, and he needed more materials to upgrade it. He wanted the evil spirit puppet to reach the peak stage of the Earth Monarch realm or the Lord of Heaven in one go. Only then would it be more valuable. It's about time to start. Most of the Earth Monarchs have been eliminated, and the rest are just some low-tier trash. Etenyon's eyes turned cold. The cleanup operation was about to begin. Chapter 12:01. Etenyon's gaze turned cold, and with a wave of his hand, Yu Ming appeared in front of him, along with a bunch of other slaves. Currently, the group of slaves had mostly recovered, and their mental states were much better. When they saw Eteonyon, they were all stunned. They had never seen Etenyon's true body before. They never thought that the master they believed in was actually a human. Even if they had said it before, now that they saw it with their own eyes, they were all stunned. "Master, this servant is ready to receive your orders." Yu Ming half knelt in the air, her face full of respect. She knew that after being summoned, it would definitely begin. And most of the Earth Monarchs have already been eliminated by me. You will encounter very few Earth Monarchs later. But don't worry, leave this to me. I will help you deal with it. Eteonyon said in a deep voice, "Your main mission now is to liberate more slaves and let them join your camp. Follow me and destroy all the evil spirit races in this area. Can you do it?" "This servant can do it," Yu Ming shouted sternly. "All right, this is the equipment I bestowed upon you." Following that, Eteonyon took out a set of high-grade reincarnation-level equipment and gave it to her. These were all dropped from killing the Lord of Heaven, and there were quite a few of them. "Thank you, Master." Yu Ming did not decline. Without a good weapon, it would be difficult to suppress the evil spirit race. "I will send some helpers over later to let you guys get to know each other first." Eteonyon stretched out his hand, and the Star Overlord appeared in front of everyone. Its golden body looked extremely conspicuous. They widened their eyes, seeing that they had never seen the Star Overlord before. They did not know what kind of demon beast it was. "It is your companion. Later on, it will attract more similar companions and help you guys. Don't mistake it for an enemy." Eteonyon reached out and rubbed its small head as he looked at them, and said, "Yes." They shouted in unison. They had long been trained by Yu Ming, and with the addition of the slave oath, they were absolutely obedient. "Begin." Eteonyon waved his hand, and Yu Ming quickly turned around and led everyone towards Evil Moon City. They were about to start a crazy killing operation. Following that, Eteonyon looked at the Star Overlord. This little fellow even waved excitedly. It knew what was going on and felt that it had something to do, so it was naturally very excited. Eteonyon has already communicated with it, and it said that it can summon Star Sea Demon, but its cultivation level will be relatively low, basically not too high, at most Star Monarch level. This area was too remote, and it was already good enough to attract Starry Sea Demons. It would be too difficult to attract high-level existences. This area was too, and it would have. Since it would be, it. Eteonyon put his hand on Star Sea Demon's forehead, and a surge of EXP flowed into its brain. Soon, it easily reached the 6th Refinement Earth Monarch level, and the heavenly tribulation appeared in the sky. This was the heavenly tribulation of the 6 Refinement's Earth Monarch level. It shouted excitedly. It hadn't been able to break through easily, so it was naturally very happy that it could. The main thing was that Eteonyon had isolated the of experience, and he didn't dare to release it in the divine domain. If it was seen, it would be troublesome. Now, it was different, and it could pass the heavenly tribulation at will. Soon, the heavenly tribulation of the demon appeared. It was different from the heavenly tribulation of cultivators, and it was filled with a surge of power. When the star overlord saw it, it screamed and charged towards the tribulation cloud. A golden light streaked across the void, and it tore this overbearing heavenly tribulation apart. It was easily broken without any difficulty. It was as domineering as before, and it used its own power to disperse the heavenly tribulation. Along with the energy of the heavenly tribulation, it bathed in it and felt very refreshed. Continue. Etianyun reached out and pressed on the head of the star overlord, and another wave of experience flowed in. He needed a lot of experience now, but the star overlord needed less. The accumulated experience was enough to raise it by several levels, and there was no problem. Kaboom! Soon, the heavenly tribulation attacked again, and it was very excited. It shouted at Etianyun gratefully, and it charged forward again, tearing the heavenly tribulation apart. As a god-level demon, it was very difficult for it to break through. Now that it followed Etianyun, it easily broke through. It was really easy. How could it not be grateful? Etianyun didn't stop. He continued to let it break through another level, and only stopped when it reached the 8 refinements of the Earth Lord. It wasn't that it lacked experience, but it needed a break. Squeak, 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 squeak. The star overlord called out to Etianyun. His cultivation was very high, but he still couldn't speak, but he could transmit his voice to Etianyun. What? You said that you can summon a stronger star, sea demon? When Etianyun heard that, his eyes lit up. Without a doubt, after his cultivation increased, he could summon a stronger existence. Not long later, star sea demons flew over from the surroundings. They were all 2nd or 3rd layer star venerates, with the highest being 7th or 8th layer star venerates. Previously, it could only summon 1st or 2nd layer star venerates. As its cultivation increased, it could summon even stronger ones. The most important thing was that it could summon even farther. After all, in the deity domain, it could summon earth venerates. There was no pressure at all. Attack! Etianyun did not delay. He immediately led the star overlord over in a frenzy. Behind him were groups of star sea demons densely packed together. It was unknown where they came from. Unexpectedly, there were so many star sea demons in this venue. There were not as many as in the deity domain, but there were at least 1,000 of them. This was already a horrifying force. Following that, the densely packed star sea demons charged down and started a frenzied massacre everywhere in Evil Moon City. Ding! Killed an evil spirit race member, 2nd layer star venerate. Obtained experience. Ding! Killed an evil spirit race member, 1st layer star venerate. Obtained experience. Ding! Successfully saved a slave, 1st layer star venerate. Obtained experience. Ding! Success. Before Xiao Qin charged down, he already heard notifications continuously popping up. There was not much experience, only a few 100 million. If converted to compressed points, it would be a few thousandths of a point at most. That was pitifully little. The main thing was that the experience Yu Ming obtained from killing was only a few times more. Furthermore, his cultivation was so low. How could it be that much? However, it was a little surprising that Xiao Qin could obtain experience from saving people. More importantly, he obtained a lot of materials from killing. When Mingyu kills enemies, he can still obtain materials. This already makes him very satisfied. Chapter 12:02. Kill, kill, kill. Yu Ming's eyes were bloodshot. The weapon in his hand was like the scythe of a death god, continuously harvesting the lives of the evil spirit race. The rest of the slaves were the same. Their eyes were bloodshot. They would never forget the damage the evil spirit race had done to them. Whether it was to himself, his family, or his friends, they would all cause irreparable harm. Therefore, when Yu Ming revealed his plan, each and every one of them was boiling with excitement. Even the Demon Fox Clan's twins and the like were thoroughly angered. Even if their battle prowess was not strong, they were willing to give it their all. Even if they died, they would kill a few evil spirit races. However, the reality was not as difficult as he had imagined. As the Earth Monarchs had basically been eliminated by Etianyan, the remaining ones were at most at the Star Monarch level. In addition, they continued to kill the evil spirit race, and more slaves joined in, making them stronger and stronger. This was a place with more slaves than the evil spirit race. Once all the slaves were liberated and a large-scale attack was launched, it would be difficult for these evil spirit races to resist. A group of lowly life forms actually dare to resist. Go and die. At this time, a third refinement Earth Monarch evil spirit race appeared out of nowhere. He angrily waved his gigantic sword and heavily slashed down from the sky. The tyrannical sword light illuminated the entire area. Yu Ming's gaze turned cold. Just as he was about to fight to the death, a figure had already charged over. A cold light streaked across the sky, and following that, the evil spirit race was cut into two. Master! When Yu Ming saw that it was Etianyan, he was overjoyed. I've said it before, leave these guys to me. Etianyan smiled indifferently. He was very satisfied with Yu Ming. Yu Ming led the slaves to continuously slaughter the evil spirit race, and it was very orderly. Every region had its own arrangements, and Yu Ming's orders could be said to be fast, accurate, and ruthless. There was basically no need to consider anything. The truth proved that he had been overthinking. He had thought that Yu Ming would not be easy to lead, but in reality, it had far exceeded his imagination. This was completely her strength, due to her own ability. These slaves who joined her were especially loyal. This was the benefit of having a high commander value. You could command more subordinates. It was just that after the commander's subordinates killed the evil spirit race, they received even less experience. Fortunately, there was still some. It was better than nothing. Immediately after, Etianyan continued to fly to other places to check if there were any fish that slipped through the net. As long as an Earth Monarch appeared, he would immediately reinforce them with his fastest speed and kill them. During this period of time, many Earth Monarchs were killed by him. Basically, there were not many Earth Monarchs left in the Evil Moon City. However, there was one super expert who did not appear, and that was the Evil Moon City's city lord. After killing so many evil spirit races, they still hadn't appeared. They were either cultivating in seclusion, or they couldn't be bothered with them. Etianyan temporarily ignored the city lord and continued to exterminate the Earth Monarch or the evil spirit race with a stronger cultivation. Among them, the Star Overlord was even more tyrannical. He controlled a group of star sea demons and charged forward with a sweeping momentum. Wherever he went, not a single blade of grass would grow. When these star sea demons fought, they could easily tear the evil spirit race, who had a strong physique, into pieces. However, as the number of slaves increased, the speed at which they were killed would increase by a lot, to the point that they would be much faster than the star sea demons. After all, there were more slaves, and if they weren't strong enough, they would just have to make up for it with numbers. At the same time, inside Demonic Moon City, there was a thick shield that wrapped around the outside. The main city of Demonic Moon City was tightly encircled. Many of the evil spirit race as inside were already in a state of panic. Many of the experts that they had sent out had never returned, especially from here. One could see that the outside was covered in blood. More and more slaves had joined the battle, and it could be said that the entire Evil Moon City had been turned upside down. Hurry up and ask for reinforcements. Go and get Yellow Heaven City to send all the experts over to support us. If this continues, the Evil Moon City will be finished. The evil spirit race S who were guarding the main city wiped off their cold sweat. Seeing the situation outside, their hearts sank to the bottom. The guards immediately went to ask for reinforcements. Who would have thought that the impregnable Evil Moon City, where no one had dared to casually attack the evil spirit race's forces, would be sent flying today? Lord Venter, is the city lord still not out of seclusion? The guard asked anxiously. If the city lord comes out of seclusion, would it be their turn to be so arrogant? Lord Venter said, angrily, right now we have to defend the main city to the death. We must not let them attack, or else they will disturb the city lord's cultivation. The city lord is at a critical moment right now. He is preparing to break through to the 9th floor of the Lord of Heaven. Once he comes out, any intruder will die. While they were defending the main city, the outside world had already been completely turned upside down, and groups of evil spirit race S had been exterminated. Before long, the outside of the Evil Moon City had already become Dead Moon City. Tianyun brought a group of people and charged towards the main city. The group of slaves behind him completely obeyed Yu Ming's orders, and Yu Ming obeyed Tianyun's orders. They surrounded the main city so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Master, this is the main city. I heard that the city lord is in closed-door cultivation and won't be able to come out for a while. It's just that we're unable to break through the main city's barrier. Yu Ming explained from the side. The main city's barrier. Tianyun looked at the sturdy barrier and smiled. It's normal for you to be unable to break through it. Without the Lord of Heaven, it would be difficult for you to break through this barrier. Then let me break it. Let's see when the city lord will roll out of the turtle hole. When Lord Venter saw Tianyun rushing over, he quickly sized him up. Humph! A trash earth monarch dares to break our main city's barrier? Even a 3rd or 4th level Lord of Heaven might not be able to break through it, let alone a mere earth monarch. They had absolute confidence in this barrier. Those below the Lord of Heaven would definitely not be able to break through it. Tianyun laughed loudly and rushed over. He stretched out his hand and lightly tapped on the barrier. With a dong sound, the sturdy barrier trembled slightly, but it didn't shatter. Lord Venter and the others were stunned for a moment before they laughed loudly. I already said that he wouldn't be able to break through it. With this level of cultivation, go back and cultivate for a few hundred years. Before he finished his sentence, there was a crack sound. Following that, dense cracks started to spread from the place where Tianyun attacked. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a dense spider web and spread out in all directions. Bang! Chapter 1203. The indestructible legend was shattered by a human earth monarch just like that. Venerable was dumbfounded. Their mockery turned into shock. Not only them, even the slaves looked at Tianyun in disbelief. He actually broke the main city's barrier. They had been slaves here for many years. How could they not know the situation here? Without a powerful cultivation, it was impossible to break this barrier. Now that it was broken so easily, they were dumbfounded and felt that it was unbelievable. Only Yu Ming faintly smiled. Everything was within her expectations. As far as she was concerned, her master was a god. This barrier could be easily shattered. There was no pressure at all. This is impossible. How can such a sturdy barrier be broken? Venerable was in disbelief, especially since Tianyun was only an earth monarch. How could he be so terrifying? This was the barrier that they were so proud of. It was impossible to break it so easily. But the truth was that it was easily broken. Following that, he saw a cold light piercing through the sky. Then, his consciousness completely disappeared. Everything he felt disappeared. Bang! The area where Venerable was turned into a blood mist, and Etianyun appeared at the side. He killed Venerable with a single spear strike. He did not waste any time talking nonsense. Kill! Etianyun waved his spear and pointed forward. The last main city was here. As long as he took over this main city, the evil Moon City would be conquered. Perhaps this was just one of the cities of the evil spirit race, but it represented the first step of suppressing the evil spirit race. The other celestial domain forces did not dare to come close, so he would take the first step. He would let the other forces know that there were still people who would choose to resist. Who dares to barge into my territory? Accompanied by an angry roar, a huge figure flew out from the main city. The huge wings on his back spread out, and the 16 arms on his back symbolized absolute power. This was the most evil spirit race Etianyun had ever seen, and it was even more than the last time he saw one. It seemed that as his cultivation continued to increase, he could continue to grow and would not stop. Without a doubt, he was the city governor of demonic Moon City, City Governor Lung Hun. Now that he had successfully broken through to the 9th layer of the Lord of Heaven, he was considered one of the best in Fan Yu. As soon as he appeared, the power of the Lord of Heaven was completely released, covering the sky and covering the earth. Groups of slaves were terrified, and hundreds of thousands of soldiers were frightened by this aura and continuously retreated. Just his aura alone was enough to scare them away. This was the difference in cultivation. It couldn't be made up for with numbers. Just a look was enough to scare them out of their wits. This was not surprising. With the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven at the 9th layer, crushing them was as easy as drinking water. He was not afraid of numbers. He could kill them all with a flip of his hand. City Lord, the City Lord has come out. The guards were all extremely excited. Seeing the City Lord come out meant that everything had been resolved. After City Master Cold Soul came out, he looked around coldly and became even angrier. A bunch of trash, they can't even suppress this little thing. If this news gets out, I'll lose face as a City Lord. He saw groups of slaves being liberated and many evil spirits being killed outside, but he didn't feel sorry at all. Losers were trash, and trash didn't need sympathy. What made him most angry was that demonic Moon City was in a mess, which meant that he didn't do his job well. If the God Realm blamed him, he would lose his position as the City Lord. Then he turned to look at Etianyun and sized him up. No matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find anything wrong. Strange, I can't see through your cultivation? City Master Cold Soul's eyes darkened. He didn't expect that there was someone he couldn't see through. He could only feel that it was the cultivation of an Earth Lord. But for him, this was enough. It seems that you led the slaves to rebel and got rid of that pile of trash. I have to say that you're quite capable. City Master Cold Soul said sternly, but it ends here. Today, all of you will die. No one will be left alive. He was completely infuriated. He didn't plan to leave anyone alive. It didn't matter if the slaves died, but the traitors had to die. They didn't even have the value to continue being slaves. The slaves felt a chill in their hearts. Some of them turned around and wanted to escape. They were completely scared out of their wits by City Master Cold Soul. They were already scared out of their wits after just a few words. Calm down. Yu Ming snorted, and his voice spread in all directions. The flustered slaves immediately calmed down, and their eyes were filled with fanaticism. They couldn't retreat, even if they died. Oh, interesting. You can actually keep them calm. It seems that you're the mastermind behind the chaos in demonic Moon City, right? Then I'll start with you. City Master Cold Soul stretched out his hand, and a huge palm appeared in the void and pressed down on Yu Ming. He saw that Yu Ming had the ability to lead, so he mistakenly thought that Yu Ming was the real leader. A high cultivation didn't mean that he was the leader. He might have some other identity. Therefore, he decided to kill Yu Ming first, to catch the leader first. When the huge palm came down, a cold light streaked across the sky and tore the huge palm in half. It was as easy as tearing a piece of paper. Didn't you start with me? With the help of the title, he didn't even need to use crazy damage mode to increase his damage by 15 times. He didn't feel any pressure breaking the opponent's attack. City Master Cold Soul's eyes narrowed. He didn't expect his attack to be broken so easily. Not bad. I'd like to see if you can overturn this place. City Master Cold Soul roared and reached out his hand to cover Yi Tianyun. His 16 arms kept forming hand seals in the air, and 16 huge palms appeared in the air, wrapping around Yi Tianyun. Each of the huge palms was like a mountain, and there were 16 huge palms in total. It was so overwhelming that there wasn't even a place to escape. Suppress him. Yi Tianyun snorted and released the power of the title. City Master Cold Soul's body shook violently, and he felt his power weakening rapidly. His strength dropped from level 9 of Lord of Heaven to level 5 of Lord of Heaven. His power was weakened by half. What's going on? City Master Cold Soul panicked. His attack power was reduced by half, and his huge palms shrunk to a small hill. They didn't even look like they were on the same level. Oh, it seems like it's a high-level Earth Monarch breakthrough. The weakening effect is a little weak. Yi Tianyun smiled. If others knew what he was thinking, they would vomit blood. Chapter 1204. The City Lord of Cold Soul City was shocked by this move. His strength was suppressed in all aspects. The feeling of supremacy was instantly suppressed, and he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Facing the weakened City Lord of Cold Soul City, Yi Tianyun waved his hand, and the surrounding attacks were immediately cut into countless pieces by his spear. It could be said to be extremely fragile. Such an invincible attack was so weak in front of him. The slaves, who were extremely terrified, were stunned when they saw the City Lord of Cold Soul City being suppressed. The invincible City Lord of Cold Soul City was so weak in front of a human, or rather, their new master was so powerful that even the City Lord of Cold Soul City could not do anything to him. Actually, this was the effect that Yi Tianyun wanted. He wanted to stabilize the army's morale and not make them extremely terrified of the City Lord of Cold Soul City. He wanted to let them know that the City Lord of Cold Soul City was not invincible, but he was. With so many cultivators, he still needed Yu Ming to lead them to attack the other evil spirit race forces. After all, they all had one thing in common. They were tortured by the evil spirit race and hated each other deeply. If they fought like this, their morale would definitely be high, and their combat strength would far exceed their usual state, especially when they liberated the slaves again and saw that they were all the same kind. It would be easier for them to join in. As they grew stronger, they would have the main force to attack the evil spirit race. This is your strength. Yi Tianyun looked at the City Lord of Cold Soul City and said indifferently, "So weak. Where's that arrogant aura? Just now. Why did it suddenly shrink? Men are so weak, it's really disgraceful. What kind of strength is this? What treasure did you use?" The City Lord of Cold Soul City ignored Yi Tianyun's mockery. He was extremely shocked, as he had never encountered such a situation. In his opinion, Yi Tianyun must have some treasure. Otherwise, how could he suppress his strength? The other party was only an Earth Monarch. How could he suppress his strength? Treasure? Yi Tianyun sneered. You don't need to know that. As soon as he finished speaking, he brandished his spear and pierced it towards City Lord Lung Hun. This time, he was not defending passively but actively attacking. After the long spear in his hand spun crazily, a bright moon appeared in the sky. Moon will spell. A bright moon appeared in Yi Tianyun's eyes, revolving in his eyes, radiating light in all directions. In an instant, the void was enveloped by the moonlight. After City Master Lung Hun was enveloped by the moonlight, he felt as though he was frozen in place, unable to move at all. Ta Heaven's Path Martial Art. City Lord Lung Hun immediately sensed what martial art Yi Tianyun had used, but it was too late. He could only hear a ringing sound. Buzz. A white light swept past his body. He opened his mouth slightly, wanting to shout something, but no matter how hard he shouted, he couldn't make a sound. Soon after, his body was gradually swallowed up by the white light and finally disappeared completely. Not even a speck of him was left. Ding! Successfully killed City Lord Lung Hun. Obtained 13 compressed EXP, 7 compressed Crazy Point. 5 compressed SP obtained Evil Spirit's Soul, Evil Spirit's Blood, Evil Spirit's Bone, Lord of Heaven level, Evil Spirit Races Map, rare. Evil Spirit Wheel, rare. Killing City Lord Lung Hun gave him a bunch of things, including the Evil Spirit Races Map, which made him very interested. It was a detailed map of the evil spirit races distribution. It even marked the name of the city lord, and the distribution of the major forces. Compared to the information given by the Moon Spirit Pavilion, it was much more detailed. The two were not on the same level. It's not that Moon Spirit Pavilion is too weak, but it's difficult to infiltrate into this place. It's impossible to bribe the evil spirit race. If the evil spirit race is too strong, they won't betray their own forces. Therefore, it's already very good that Moon Spirit Pavilion could find such detailed information. Obtaining the evil spirit race's map was equivalent to filling in a lot of gaps. Evil Spirit Wheel, what is this? Yi Tianyun looked at the evil spirit wheel carefully and realized that it was similar to a tracking device. As long as it was selected, it would immediately know where it was. This was suitable for finding the main evil spirit race experts and achieving the effect of capturing the leader first. This caused his eyes to light up. Even if it wasn't the evil spirit race, he could still use it. This meant that whoever he wanted to find, he could use this wheel to guide him. However, this was similar to the soul guidance from a long time ago, but the soul guidance was for missions. If it wasn't in the mission list, then it wouldn't be able to be used. The evil spirit wheel was different. As long as it was a target, it could lock onto them and quickly find them. This could be said to be an absolute divine tool. As long as the target was locked onto, he could quickly find them. Naturally, it was a divine tool. This way, he didn't need to search for any information. He could just read out their names, and they would automatically lock onto their targets. Of course, the prerequisite was that they didn't have the same name. If they had the same name, there was a simpler and crude method, and that was to have their clothes or blood, which could be immediately locked onto. He was just like a dog, easily finding their location. Divine tool. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. Although he didn't need to find anyone for the time being, it was better than nothing. He didn't expect to get such a thing after killing Lung Hun City Lord. It was a pleasant surprise. Lung Hun City Lord has been killed. At this moment, the evil spirit race in the city were all stunned. Their most invincible existence was killed in an instant. It's an absolute instant kill, a one-hit kill. Everyone can see that Yi Tianyun deliberately held back before. It's not a one-hit kill. Now that he had made his move, it was an absolute instant kill, an instant kill. Flatten the main city. At this moment, Yi Tianyun stretched out his hand and pointed, waking the dumbfounded people up. They immediately started shouting crazily. Kill, flatten this main city. Kill all these bastards. Kill all these enemies. Kill. They all rushed towards the main city, with tears in their eyes. They didn't even need Yu Ming to lead them. They rushed forward like crazy. The place that they had always been afraid of, the place that they were afraid of, was now going to be destroyed by them. At least they could take revenge for their friends and family. Soon, the guards in the main city were quickly overwhelmed, and they couldn't resist at all. With Yi Tianyan beside them, how could they resist? They were easily killed, and their deaths were very tragic. The main city was trampled crazily. No matter what it was smashed by them. They really wanted to flatten it, not keep it. However, even if they flattened this place, their anger did not disappear. Chapter 12:05. The Evil Moon City was quickly flattened. The originally luxurious main city was turned into ruins just like that. They didn't take anything. They just crazily destroyed everything, wishing that they could destroy every corner of the city. Even Yu Ming had joined the ranks, crazily destroying everything. Yi Tianyan stayed by the side and watched as they continued to destroy. He had no intention of stopping them. From this, it could be seen how much damage these people had suffered from the evil spirit race. This made them extremely crazy. Even the originally weak races were now like strong men, able to erupt with astonishing power that exceeded their previous limits. The evil spirit race has really done too many unjust things. Yi Tianyan's gaze turned cold, and he immediately turned and flew into the depths of the main city. In the depths of the main city, there was a dark core. It should be said that there were several in this area. It was just a matter of size. He flew over one by one and took them away. He easily took away these cores without any difficulty. The other cultivators still needed to use spirit ships to drag them away. If they wanted to truly take them away easily, they would need to be at least at the Sky Sovereign level. As for cultivators below the Divine Lord level, they could only use the stupidest method, which was to use the heavenly energy to drag them away. This method was the most efficient, but he could only do so. Fortunately, he had an inventory. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take it away so easily. He could only watch helplessly as he stayed here. Who knew how long it would take for him to drag it away? After taking it away, he immediately told them to quickly leave. They couldn't stay in this area any longer. He believed that the evil spirit race would come to support them soon. If they continued to stay here, they would have to engage in a fierce battle. After giving the order to retreat, they quickly retreated, running as far as they could. After they left, for a period of time, reinforcements arrived very quickly. A huge spirit ship quickly flew over, and several figures descended from it. They were all experts of the evil spirit race. The strongest were at the Lord of Heaven level, and the weakest were at the Earth Lord level. When they came down and saw the scene in front of them, they were all stunned. The evil Moon City had been reduced to ruins, but this was not the main point. The main point was that there was no core energy at all. This was what shocked them even more. If Evil Moon City was gone, it could be easily rebuilt. But if the core was gone, how could it be rebuilt? The core was the key to maintaining the cultivation environment here. Without the core, this place would be no different from other Fanyu places. If there was no difference, then it would not be able to become a main city. In fact, it would not even have the qualifications to become a city. The core is gone. What happened? The Lord of Heaven's eyes were filled with disbelief. He really couldn't think of anyone who could move the core so quickly. This was Fanyu, not God domain. It was normal for a God's domain to be easily transferred, but this was Fanyu. How could the celestial master appear here? However, the truth was right before their eyes. The cores were gone. Not a single one was left. All that was left was a pile of rubble. Other than that, he could smell the thick stench of blood. There were countless corpses here. there were cultivators, and there were evil spirit races. Everything was so tragic. To them, the most important thing was where the core was. My lord, it seems like we have to quickly report to God Domain. This is too strange. The powerhouse next to him suggested. Yes, we rushed over very quickly, moving the core in a few days. This is simply impossible. Unless one's cultivation is at the level of a celestial master, it is impossible to be so fast. But why did a celestial master come to a small place like ours? Why would they take a fancy to a small core like ours? They were really puzzled. The cores were divided into grades. Their grade was ordinary, so it was impossible for a celestial master to take a fancy to them, especially since they were related to a fourth-grade god domain. Why would an ordinary celestial master come to make things difficult for them? Unless they wanted to give them a good reward. Just as they were feeling very puzzled and were about to inform the powerhouses of God Domain, a figure appeared beside them. Let me tell you, I was the one who took it. Tianyan smiled and said, so there's no need to guess anymore. I was the one who took it. When Tianyan suddenly appeared beside them, they were all shocked. They looked him up and down as if they had seen a ghost. Human. They were shocked. How could a human have such strength? Just as they were about to ask a few more questions, Tianyan had already disappeared from where he was. In the next moment, Tianyan appeared beside them and smashed the Lord of Heaven powerhouse with a palm. Then, he kicked the other two Earth monarchs to death. When there was only one left, he glared at him and exchanged glances with him. The other party's gaze quickly became dull, and he was quickly charmed by Tianyan. He was no different from a puppet. Since the eyes of enchantment had been upgraded, there was no pressure to charm the Earth monarch at all. You want to report to God Domain? Tianyan sneered. Wait until I destroy all the forces here first. Then, he looked at the puppet-like evil spirit race Earth monarch beside him and quickly flew towards Yellow Sky City. In the Fanyu region, there were a total of 2 largest regions, and the rest were small regions. Therefore, as long as these 2 main cities were suppressed, the Fanyu region would basically be breached. Yu Ming, settle them down and only select the strongest to go. As for the rest who don't have much combat power, don't bring them. When Tianyan flew over with the evil spirit race Earth Monarch, he said to the meteorite at the side. At this moment, Yu Ming popped her head out of the meteorite. When she saw the evil spirit race Earth Monarch beside Tianyan, she was a little surprised. She didn't know how Tianyan subdued him. He looked like a puppet and just stayed at the side. Yes, master, Yu Ming said. And, after settling them down, bring them to Yellow Sky City and prepare to attack at any time. Yellow Sky City is bigger than Evil Moon City. Do you have the confidence to complete this battle? Tianyan looked at her and said sternly. Yes. Yu Ming half knelt on the rock and said in a deep voice, this servant will definitely destroy Yellow Sky City. If I can't destroy Yellow Sky City, this servant will bring my head to see you. All right, then I'll go to Yellow Sky City to check on the situation now. I'll leave the rest to you. Tianyan was like a hands-off shopkeeper, handing the rest of the preparation work to Yu Ming. Chapter 12:06. After Tianyan gave his instructions, he quickly flew to Yellow Sky City. Yu Ming quickly started to make arrangements for the old, weak, and sick so that they could leave this place quickly. While the other forces of the evil spirit race had not discovered the situation here, he quickly made arrangements to prevent anything from happening. After a period of travel, Tianyan soon arrived at Yellow Sky City. Yellow Sky City was the same as Demonic Moon City. There were many dark cores embedded here, and it was more prosperous than Demonic Moon City. There were 2 important main cities in Fanyu. Demonic Moon City was one, and Yellow Sky City was the other. The other small cities were temporarily ignored. His main goal now was to take down the two main cities. After liberating enough slaves, he could hand them over to Yu Ming to clean up. As for the experts, there was no need to worry at all. Fan Yu is still Fan Yu. The evil spirit race could not send many experts to guard it. Unless a strong enemy attacked, they would not send any experts. The strongest here was the Lord of Heaven. Normally, the Lord of Heaven would gather in these two main cities. As long as the two main cities were destroyed, everything would be easy. It could be said that most of the Lord of Heaven stayed in the two main cities. After being destroyed, it would naturally be easy to clean them up. Reporting City Lord Ai Te, the reinforcements we sent have returned. However, only 2 of them have returned. They have urgent matters to report. In the main city of Yellow Sky City, everyone, including the city lord, was the same as usual. When they suddenly received the rescue signal, they immediately sent people over. During this period of time, they were all very confused. Was there really an enemy attack? Who was this arrogant person who dared to cause trouble for them? Now that the people they had sent out had returned, City Lord Ai Te hurriedly said, "Hurry up and let them in. Tell me what's going on." Soon, 2 figures came in from outside. One of them was naturally Tianyan, and the other was the puppet that was being controlled. He had easily snuck in. This was the effect he wanted. He did not even need to sneak in. Instead, he swaggered in. It was much faster than before. "Only the 2 of you are left?" City Lord Auntie looked at them and frowned. "Yes, only the 2 of us are left, and the situation is very serious. City Lord, please gather all the generals here for a discussion. There's something urgent to discuss." The Earth Lord at the side had a solemn expression, as though there was really an emergency. This was all done under Tianyan's orders. City Lord 8 nodded and said, "All right, I'll gather them now." He was not suspicious. After all, this was a very serious matter. Let the other generals come over to discuss this matter. This way, they could immediately start the discussion and the subsequent discussions. Very soon, City Lord Auntie went to summon the various generals as well as the various leaders. There was no need to doubt this. After all, they were on the same side. What could they doubt? This was the reason why Tianyan left one of them alive. After being charmed, he could control her and say whatever he wanted. At that time, he could use it as a cover to avoid being suspected. Now was the best proof that everything was going according to his plan. Once they gathered all the generals, they would be able to capture all of them in one fell swoop. After eliminating all the experts of Yellow Sky City, everything would be easy. Next, it would be up to Yu Ming's performance. Under City Lord Annie's summons, the other generals hurried over, causing the originally empty palace to become lively all of a sudden. There were dozens of experts present. Among them, there were more than 10 Lord of Heaven, and the rest were all Earth Lords. However, their levels were relatively low. They were all at the 4th or 5th level. Actually, it was not that their talent was not good, but the difficulty of the evil spirit race's tribulation was too high. It was already quite shocking to be able to reach the 4th or 5th level. Only a few dozen. Tianyan felt that this was not a very good number. If there were more, it would undoubtedly be more ideal. Along the way, he had investigated the situation in Yellow Sky City. There were at least a few hundred experts above the Earth Lord level, far more than in Evil Moon City. Yellow Sky City was bigger than Evil Moon City, so it was not surprising that there were so many experts. Now that only a portion of them had come, it should be because their status was higher, so naturally, only they had come. If they had all come, it would have been a mess. The evil spirit race had a very clear hierarchy. If they could not reach it, they would not have more power. After the evil spirit race came over, they were all very confused. They did not know what was going on. City Lord Auntie had suddenly summoned them, and they did not know what was going on. Looks like everyone is here. Something serious has happened in Evil Moon City. Previously, Evil Moon City sent a signal asking for reinforcements. We sent Wild Soul Divine General over, but he did not return this time. City Lord Auntie said, with a serious expression. Just as he said this, it immediately caused a huge uproar among the evil spirit race. They were all shocked by this news. Wild Soul Divine General was an expert at the level of the Lord of Heaven. How could he be gone just like that? City Lord Annie, what is going on? The other evil spirit race immediately sensed an uneasy aura. We'll have to ask the two survivors who have returned. City Lord Auntie looked towards Itianyun. The other evil spirit race all looked over, wanting to hear what they had to say. Let me say it. Itianyun smiled and walked out. He looked at them and said, City Lord Annie, are all the generals here? City Lord Auntie looked at him in confusion. Although he felt that he was very unfamiliar, he did not suspect anything. After all, no matter how he looked at it, he was from the evil spirit race. Naturally, he would not think that he was a fake. Not all of them are here, but most of them are here. Some have gone out and have not returned yet. You should have followed them out of Evil Moon City, right? Just tell us now. Tell us what force dares to be so bold. City Lord Annie's gaze was extremely cold. It was like a sharp blade, ready to head to Evil Moon City to take revenge at any time. Itianyun glanced at the evil spirit race and smiled. This force is... All of them leaned over and listened carefully to which force wanted them to take revenge. From their point of view, as long as it was a force that was hostile to them, no matter what force it was, they would be flattened one by one. Buzz. A round of moonlight flickered beside their necks, followed by the sound of blood mist exploding. One by one, the generals were turned into blood mist by this round of moonlight. Almost in an instant, half of them were easily killed. Before the evil spirit race could understand what was going on, half of their companions had already died. Human race? City Lord Auntie quickly reacted. He saw a figure in the cold light. It was the figure of a human. Chapter 1207. How a human barged in was no longer important. The most important thing was to stop this human expert. Stop him. City Lord Aite roared and unleashed all his power. However, his cultivation was not particularly shocking. It was only at the 9th level of the Lord of Heaven, similar to that of City Lord Lung Hun. Actually, the cultivation of these city lords was similar. Originally, a late-stage Lord of Heaven in Fan, you was already able to control the situation. Any higher, and it would be a huge waste. It should be said that a Lord of Heaven was already a waste in Fan Yu. With an Earth Lord presiding over the situation, there was basically no pressure. Most of the forces in Fan, you were at the Star Lord level, and it could even be said that there were very few Star Lords. Sending an Earth Lord was already enough to crush all the forces in Fan Yu. The reason why they still had Heavenly Lords guarding this place was for the sake of safety. It could make these forces more stable, and also to have a city lord with a strong cultivation to control their forces. If there was a powerful leader, they would be very united. If there was no powerful leader, it would be very easy for them to become a pile of loose sand. How could they manage if everyone refused to submit to each other? Suppress. At this instant, the 10 chains in Etienne's body were released, forming a dense iron net behind him. The extreme, heavenly Tao shackles were like existences that suppressed all heavenly Tao energy. Once the 10 refinement shackles appeared, all heavenly Tao experts below the 10th refinement would be suppressed. Earth Lord 10 refinement. They were instantly stunned, an existence that exceeded their understanding. Looking at the twisting shackles in the void, a sense of helplessness descended, making them unable to breathe. All the Earth Lords were like children, unable to move at all. An existence at the level of the Lord of Heaven was directly weakened by more than half. Be it cultivators or the evil spirit race, they were still using the heavenly Tao energy. As long as they had the heavenly Tao energy, those who were inferior to Itianyan would all be suppressed. The most terrifying ones would be directly weakened by 1,000%, and the weakest would be weakened by 100%. This kind of basic cultivation was equivalent to being cut in half. Even if it was a Lord of Heaven level 9, it would at most be at the 5th level. Die. Itianyan used the full moon mantra again, and a bright moon appeared in the sky. This was one of the ultimate techniques of the vast sky sovereign. A power that seemed to be able to control time froze their space-time. In reality, it was freezing them and slowing down their movements. He did this so that they wouldn't be able to escape, so that he could kill them. Although he could charm those evil spirit race-s to counterattack, killing them would not give him any experience. Bang, bang, bang. A bright moon was reflected in their eyes, and then they lost all consciousness. In the end, all of them were pierced through and exploded, turning into a mist of blood. 10 refinement Earth monarchs crushing them was as easy as drinking water. No. City Lord Etna roared in anger and rushed forward to intercept him. But how could his current power compare to Yi Qianyun's? Bang! Yi Tianyun swung his spear, smashing City Lord 8 to the ground. He didn't kill him in one shot. What? Are you sad about the death of your companion? Or do you think you lost and feel sad? Yi Tianyun nailed his spear to his body and said coldly, "Why didn't you feel this way when you went to trample other planets, capture them as slaves, and kill their families? Winner takes all. I admit it." City Lord 8 gritted his teeth. "But, so what if you're a 10 refinement Earth monarch? Our king is much stronger than you. You humans will still become our slaves in the end. Oh, I don't know how strong your king is, but no matter how strong he is, I'll surpass him." Yi Qianyun's eyes were cold. His clothes fluttered because of his aura. No matter who it is, there will be no exceptions. City Lord 8 laughed, as if he had heard the funniest joke. "You can surpass a heavenly sovereign. Are you worthy, heavenly sovereign?" Yi Tianyun smiled disdainfully. "That's just the beginning. What's there to be proud of? Trash." Before City Lord 8 could retort, the tip of his spear had already slashed forward. City Lord 8 died under his spear, turning into a large pile of experience and materials. He did not stop and continued to kill the evil spirit race members who were running away. They were all killed by him before they could escape the gate. The ground was covered in blood. The only ones left standing were the 2 evil spirit race members he had controlled earlier. In order to prevent the evil spirit race members from escaping, he deliberately charmed one more. It was very easy to sneak attack from the side, and he would not be detected at all, especially those who were being sneak attacked. They never thought that they would be sneak attacked by their companions. However, they would never know. This doubt made them die with grievances. Finally, it's your turn. Yi Tianyun came in front of them and flicked his finger. They immediately woke up and looked at him in fear. What kind of evil magic is this? They screamed, their eyes filled with fear. They were instructed to attack their companions at will. One could imagine how they felt. The feeling of not being able to control, it was what terrified them the most. Demonic arts? A group of demons talking about demonic arts? Yi Tianyun laughed. "Even if my methods are very cruel, they are not even a tenth of yours. Then he relaxed a little, and the two of them were directly blasted into a mist of blood. He did not do too many cruel things, and settled them all in one move. He could not be bothered to waste any more time. All of them have been cleaned up, but there are still some that have yet to be cleaned up. We can basically start now. Etinyen's gaze turned cold. Holding onto his spear, he started to smash at the quasi-main city crazily, causing the berserk power to explode in all directions. A loud sound exploded in the main city, causing all the evil spirit race S to jump up from the explosion, and all of them looked over. What's going on? What happened in the main city? All of them did not know what was going on and quickly flew over. Most of them were Earth monarchs. The main city was an important place. Whoever dared to cause trouble would be sentenced to death. At the same time that many evil spirit races flew over, Yu Ming, who was outside the Yellow Heaven City, saw the scene and her figure gradually disappeared. Very quickly, she reappeared in the air outside and said in a deep voice, "Is everyone ready?" Just as he finished speaking, figures started to appear from the pile of rocks at the side. They were all the slaves. "Ready!" they shouted in a stern voice. "All right, Master has already begun. According to this instruction, we are preparing to attack. The method of battle is no different from before. Kill as many slave masters as possible. Then rescue more slaves to join us. Then we will flatten the Yellow Heaven City." Yu Ming's gaze was ice cold as he said, "We absolutely cannot fail in this battle. We must repay Master's kindness, and we must repay our hatred even more." "Yes, sir." Chapter 12:08. Etinyen's plan was to coordinate from within and without. Right now, he was crazily causing trouble, attracting the attention of all the evil spirit races, causing them to come over one after another and catch all the experts in one fell swoop. They might not be able to attract all the experts at the Earth Monarch realm and above, but they would be able to attract a portion of them. As long as they could kill as many experts at the Earth Monarch realm and above, they would be much easier to deal with. As expected, it quickly attracted many Earth monarchs. When they saw that it was a human, they were shocked. Why were there humans making a ruckus there? Etinyen's gaze turned cold. Holding onto his spear, he transformed into a ray of cold light and rushed over. The group of evil spirit race S did not even have time to react. Their bodies were already frozen in the air. After a breath of time, they exploded in the air one after another, turning into clouds of bloody mist. They were dead beyond dead. Ding! Successfully killed the evil spirit race, second level Earth Monarch. Obtained experience. Ding! Successfully killed the evil spirit race, first level Earth Monarch. Obtained experience. Ding! Success. A stream of EXP flowed into his mind and became part of the data. When the evil spirit race saw this, they were so scared that they ran away. Such a heaven-defying human. How could they dare to stay here any longer? However, it was too late. The moment they entered Etinyen's line of sight, they were destined to die. Etinyen continuously swept over, treating these powerful evil spirit races as if they were chopping melons and vegetables. With a wave of his spear, a large group of them died. There was nothing to worry about here. All they had to do was attack fiercely. There were no other races nearby, so there was no need to worry about friendly fire. Instead of looking like he was killing the evil spirit race, it was more like he was demolishing a house. It could be said that this kind of scene had attracted all of the evil spirit races in Yellow Heaven City, wanting to investigate from afar. While Etinyen was going crazy, Yu Ming had already brought a large group of cultivators down. Many of the evil spirit race S had gathered towards the main city, and the guards had all gone over, causing the perimeter to not even have any guards, allowing them to easily sneak in. You guys, when the evil spirit race in the city saw Yu Ming leading a large army, they were all dumbfounded. Just as they wanted to escape and report the news, it was already too late. Yu Ming slashed her sword at the waist, cutting a few evil spirit race S in half on the spot. After killing them, she waved her hand forward, her beautiful eyes revealing a sharp, cold light. Kill, flatten Yellow Sky City, and leave no one alive. Kill. Their morale soared into the sky as they crazily reaped the harvest. As long as it was an evil spirit race, no matter what kind of race it was, they would be included in the kill list. For a time, the entire Yellow Sky City was filled with the stench of blood. They were carrying out a complete flattening operation. They didn't need any intact houses. They just needed to flatten everything. Yellow Sky City fell very quickly. There was nothing that could stop the invasion of this godly brave army. There was also an endless stream of slaves joining them. There was no need for too many words. After obtaining his freedom, he immediately joined the army and followed them to kill the evil spirit race. This was what they had in common. There was no racial discrimination. They were completely united, as if they were all from the same race. It didn't take long for Yellow Sky City to be taken down. It was much easier than dealing with Evil Moon City. The main reason was that Yi Tianyin's plan had succeeded this time. Most of the experts had been killed by him, and with the addition of more and more slaves, the efficiency had increased by a lot. Very good. Yi Tianyin's gaze was ice cold as he scanned his surroundings. Everything was under his control. The two main cities had been captured, and all that was left was to eliminate some small forces. If this matter were to spread, it would definitely shock most of the Divine Realm's forces. The evil spirit race, which so many Divine Realm forces did not dare to casually attack, had now fallen under Fan Yu's forces, and had even overthrown two main cities. How could they not be shocked? After seeing that everything could be settled, Yi Tianyin went to dig out the dark cores and stuff them into his inventory one by one. The quality of these cores was not high, but if he could take them away, he would definitely not waste them, especially since these cores were treasures to nurture the evil spirit race. He would rather destroy them than leave a single piece for them. After basically destroying them, they quickly left like a gust of wind. Yi Tianyin did not know if there would be reinforcements, so in order to be careful, he let them retreat first. As for him, he did not have to worry at all. He could escape at will with a divine teleportation stone, so he did not have to worry about being surrounded. After they left, Yi Tianyin squatted nearby to see if there were any reinforcements. After waiting for a few days, a crack appeared in the void, and 3 figures walked out of it. Yi Tianyin took a closer look and saw that there were 3 divine lords. However, thinking about it, 2 main cities had fallen. If they continued to send inconspicuous experts over, it would be meaningless. After the 3 divine lords appeared, they looked around sharply. When they saw that the surroundings had been turned into ruins, their faces darkened. The cores are gone. To be able to drag away the cores in such a short time, could it be that there was an expert helping them? There was a hint of caution in their eyes. To be able to pull away the cores so quickly, their cultivation must not be low. That was an Empyrean-level existence. From the looks of it, this is no longer a small matter, but a very serious matter. The Divine Lord and the others had gloomy expressions. Hurry up and go back to report the matter here. Let our king decide. They did not continue to stay here. They did not even search for a moment before quickly leaving. After all, the 2 main cities had been destroyed, and no one was here anymore. There was no need to continue searching. If there really was any expert helping them, they would be cannon fodder if they came here. It would be better to leave quickly and go back to report what had happened here. After they left, Yi Tianyin came out from the corner. Looking at their disappearing figures, he smiled and said, "It's about time. We can proceed to the next step." From the looks of it, Yu Ming and the others needed to find a place to hide. He did not know what the evil spirit race's next move would be. In order to avoid any accidents, it was better to let them hide for now. Then, he quickly went to find Yu Ming. After explaining the general situation, he went to find a desolate planet with no signs of life around it. It's about time. Let's raise the evil spirit puppet's cultivation first. Then, we'll continue with the next plan. Cultivation was always the prerequisite to climbing up. If he wanted to go deep into the divine realm's inner forces, he had to raise his cultivation. One of the reasons he came here to massacre the city was to go deep into the inner regions. Without enough materials, there was no way to improve. Speaking of which, I can also break through to the Lord of Heaven. Chapter 1209. Although Etianyan killed many Earth Lords and Lord of Heaven, giving him experience to break through, but thinking of the situation in the dream, he must be more cautious. Now he still needs a bit of crazy point to upgrade his abilities. He intends to upgrade his Dragon God bloodline and Phoenix bloodline first. He estimated that he still needs a lot of crazy point to upgrade. In addition to other aspects such as weapons, also need to be strengthened. Although there is a heavenly Tao level weapon in the spoils of war, but it is not suitable for him. So he intends to collect a certain amount of materials and then build a good weapon, and then use it with heavenly Tao martial arts. In this way, even if it is a Lord of Heaven level heavenly tribulation, he can break it. Now what he needs to do is to let the puppet break through, and then go deep into the evil spirit race divine domain, not only to get revenge, but also to earn experience and crazy point. Now, I need to improve the power of my physique. After Etianyan chose a cultivation place, he summoned the evil spirit puppet and did not hesitate to exchange 2 dark spirit fruit, directly used up 16 points of compressed crazy point. After exchanging 2 dark spirit fruit, Etianyan picked up the dark spirit fruit and stuffed it into the mouth of the evil spirit puppet and let it eat it. After consuming it, an evil aura was released from the evil spirit puppet's body and engulfed Etianyan in one fell swoop. The area shrouded by the evil aura suddenly turned into a huge black space, sealing the area. This feeling is more like a black hole swallowing the energy around. Etianyan instantly teleported out. Otherwise, he would have a part of his energy extracted. He did not expect that the evil aura of the dark spirit fruit is not weak. After eating it, it has no effect on the body, but it has a great impact on the situation outside. The energy in the original planet was instantly drained, and the hard stones were turned into powder. This situation did not last long, and soon the energy quickly returned to the body of the evil spirit puppet. Soon after, the evil spirit puppet's body became incomparably black, as translucent as a black pearl. It looked much sturdier than before. From the original dark attribute physique, it was instantly upgraded to the dark saint physique. Regardless of whether it was his cultivation speed, strength, or physical defense, they had all been greatly improved. This effect was truly shocking. Even Etianyan was shocked, and even he wanted to use it. However, it was just a thought. His current physique was even more invincible, much stronger than this dark saint physique. After all, the body of a dark saint could only withstand the effects of the dark element, and he needed more than one constitution. Otherwise, it would reject the other attributes in his body, which was not what he wanted. Not bad, again. Etianyan continued to stuff the last one in. After the evil spirit puppet ate it, the huge black hole appeared again and absorbed all the energy in the surroundings. After shrinking it again, the evil spirit puppet's physique was strengthened once more. However, the strengthening effect this time was limited. Compared to the first time, it was weakened by half. This was for sure. The original heaven-defying effect would not be as heaven-defying after taking it again. However, he was still very satisfied with this effect. It's about time. With such a huge improvement in physique, it will definitely be much easier to withstand the heavens' tribulation. Onion first bought the dark spirit fruit and used it on the evil spirit puppet, mainly to strengthen the puppet's physique again, so that it could withstand the power of the heavens' tribulation. He couldn't help break through the heavens' tribulation, and could only rely on the evil spirit puppet itself. Therefore, he could only strengthen the physique first, so that the evil spirit puppet could withstand more heaven's tribulation. He didn't want the evil spirit puppet's cultivation to be unable to break through to the 7th or 8th refinement of the Earth Monarch realm. The higher the quality, the more valuable it would be. If it didn't even have this bit of value, how could it survive in the evil spirit race's divine territory? Immediately after, he threw all the materials on the evil spirit puppet. After throwing in pile after pile, the evil spirit puppet became stronger and stronger. Ding successfully broke through to the 2nd refinement of the Earth Monarch realm. Kaboom! The heavens' tribulation descended rapidly and flickered crazily. It was several times stronger than before. As expected, it was much stronger than cultivators. Every level was several levels stronger. No wonder late-stage Earth monarchs were rarely seen. If this continued, it would definitely be very heaven-defying. However, the evil spirit puppet wasn't afraid at all. It had already put on the armor that Onion had given it, and its resistance was even stronger. Immediately after, it threw a punch and blasted the heavens' tribulation. It easily blasted the heavens' tribulation away. After its physique was strengthened, it wouldn't be a problem to crush the heavens' tribulation. Its physique was dozens of times stronger than those at the same level, which was enough to prove how terrifying it was. It was also at the 2nd refinement of the Earth Monarch realm, but this evil spirit puppet was at least dozens of times stronger than those at the same level. The opponent definitely wouldn't be able to hurt it. This was the power of the dark spirit fruit. Otherwise, President Miso wouldn't be so protective. It was for him to consume it and improve the effects of his physique. Again, Ding successfully broke through to the 3rd refinement of the Earth Monarch realm. The heavens' tribulation attacked again, but it was still blasted by the evil spirit puppet with one punch. This effect was exactly the same as that of Onion back then. It could easily blast the heavens' tribulation to pieces. Ding successfully broke through to the 4th refinement of the Earth Monarch realm. Ding successfully broke through to the 7th refinement of the Earth Monarch realm. When it broke through to the 7th refinement of the Earth Monarch realm, it finally took some effort. The evil spirit puppet passed through the heavens' tribulation, and it was no longer like before, where it could be blasted apart with one punch. This was much more powerful than before. Even with the strength and physique of the dark spirit fruit, the effect was still not too good. It seems that the 8th refinement of the Earth Monarch realm is the limit. If I continue to rush forward, I will have to continue to strengthen this physique. Onion shook his head. It wasn't that easy to break through. If he wanted to break through again, he would have to put in more effort. If not for the dark spirit fruit, he would have reached the limit long ago. As for breaking through to the 9th refinement of the Earth Monarch realm, he would need to strengthen his martial arts and spend more time on his physique. However, he didn't have that much time. The 8th refinement of the Earth Monarch realm was already very good. Again, I will finally break through to the 8th refinement of the Earth Monarch realm. Soon, he continued to smash the materials, filling up the evil spirit puppet. These materials weren't under any pressure at all. He had killed so many evil spirit race for this moment. He had to say that the feeling of continuously leveling up was really not bad. Boom! An even thicker tribulation lightning wreaked havoc in the sky. This time, Onion treated it carefully and let the evil spirit puppet release all of its power. It was a fight to the death. Chapter 12:10. Very good. The last step is to break through to the Lord of Heaven. Tianyun did not stop. He was definitely going to do it in one go. According to his estimations, if he used all the materials, breaking through to the Lord of Heaven would not be a problem. Since he could break through to a higher level, why not? Very quickly, he smashed all the materials in. As expected, it was just as he expected. He just reached the required experience to break through to the Lord of Heaven. Ding! Successfully broke through to the first level of the Lord of Heaven. This time, the heavenly tribulation came again. The heavenly tribulation could be said to be the strongest effect in history. It was almost equivalent to the effect of the previous 8 refinements gathered together and then aimed at the evil spirit puppet. However, it still withstood it again and again. It did not take the initiative to attack, completely withstanding this force bit by bit. With the current situation, this was the only thing he could do. If he took the initiative to attack, it would be better to defend with all his might. After all, the power of taking the initiative to attack was already not enough, so it was better to keep defending. Fortunately, the dark spirit fruit had a good recovery effect. Under the continuous injuries, it kept recovering, and everything was not a problem. After persisting for a week, it finally ended. After the terrifying heavenly tribulation ended, the evil spirit puppet was already heavily injured and looked like it was about to explode. Fortunately, it managed to hold on. If it was a little weaker, then everything would have been for naught. If the evil spirit puppet that he had painstakingly cultivated was destroyed, then it would be troublesome. Very good. Tianyun heaved a sigh of relief. Everything was finally over. Just now, he almost thought that he could not make it. Fortunately, he did not persist to break through to the 9 refinements Earth Lord, or else he would really be finished. The 8 refinements Earth Lord level was already very good. Even among cultivators, it was a very high level. As for the evil spirit race, it was a super genius level. There is the aura of the evil spirit race. Etienne's eyes flashed. He quickly disappeared on the spot and entered the evil spirit puppet's body. At the same time, he controlled the evil spirit puppet to quickly recover its body. Actually, he did not need to deliberately recover. When he broke through to the Lord of Heaven, thick dark attribute energy descended from the sky, quickly recovering the evil spirit puppet's body. It didn't take long for the evil spirit puppet to completely recover and be reborn. Moreover, it had become incomparably powerful. Tianyun hadn't broken through to the Lord of Heaven, but his puppet had broken through to the Lord of Heaven first. Of course, the Lord of Heaven was not valuable to him. It was not something that could be destroyed with a single punch. When he opened his eyes, a figure appeared beside him and flew over respectfully. I didn't expect to see Milord breaking through here. I was just passing by and was afraid of disturbing Milord, so I stood guard at the side. Although this lowly one knows that no one can disturb Milord's tribulation, this lowly one still dares to stand guard. The one that flew over was a 2nd refinement Earth Lord evil spirit. He didn't know where it came from, but it just so happened to bump into him. Tianyun felt that the place he had chosen was already remote enough. He never thought that there would still be evil spirit race coming over. Fortunately, he quickly hid in, otherwise he would have been seen. Why are you here? Tianyun controlled the evil spirit puppet to stand up and looked at him coldly. Looks like Milord doesn't know the current situation. The evil spirit race said in surprise, now that the 2 main cities of Fanyu have been destroyed, I heard that a strong enemy is attacking. We can only hide in the divine realm first. But thinking about it, Milord is powerful. There is no need to worry about this. It seemed that the evil spirit race still had no lack of flatterers, no matter what race it was. I'm indeed not worried. Etionyan smiled. He was the one who did it, so what could he be worried about? Why don't my lord go to the divine realm together? The evil spirit race rubbed his palms together. He had already treated him as a bodyguard on the road, and from his eyes, one could see a bit of fear. He was worried that he would be killed by that sudden force, and it was naturally not bad to have more experts accompanying him. Come here. Etionyan waved his hand, signaling him to come over. The evil spirit race did not suspect anything, and flew over, asking doubtfully, "My lord, why did you call this lowly one? Do you know who did it?" Etionyan asked. If this lowly one knows and reports it to the lord of the divine realm, he will definitely be able to contribute, the evil spirit race said excitedly. The divine realm has already sent people down to investigate, but they can't find out who the mastermind is. They can only offer a bounty to find out his background, and if they find out, they will be heavily rewarded. Actually, I know who did it. Etionyan grinned and said, I can share some information with you. Really? The evil spirit race was pleasantly surprised. He moved closer to his ear and said, Then please share it with me. That's what I did. Etionyan said to him. You did it. Before he could finish speaking, Etionyan slapped him, causing the evil spirit race to explode. At least before he died, he still knew who the real culprit was. After Etionyan killed the evil spirit race, his gaze gradually turned cold. There's even a bounty. The evil spirit race will definitely make a big move. But the more chaotic, the better. I want to see just how capable you guys are. Then he started to fly towards the divine realm. After he reached this level, he could definitely head to the divine realm's forces and easily join them. Fan Yu was equivalent to a training base. When he nurtured a powerful evil spirit race, he would be able to join the divine realm's forces. This was equivalent to an outer sect disciple of a force being able to become an official disciple after making a breakthrough. Right now, Fan Yu's forces were equivalent to outer sect disciples. However, now that the outer sect forces had been destroyed by him and had always been used as a place to train new subordinates, how could they not be angry? With the help of the map he had obtained earlier, he quickly arrived in front of the special passageway. Just like the other forces, there would be guards blocking the passageway. What are you doing here? The guards stopped a group of evil spirit race S who were planning to enter the divine realm. They were only at the star monarch level. Lord, we want to come in and hide. I heard that some forces are coming to attack us. We are afraid. Scram! The guard coldly interrupted them. Didn't we say that those with cultivation lower than the Earth Monarch are not allowed to enter? But if we continue to stay outside, we scram. The guard looked at them coldly, forcing them to scram back. These evil spirit race felt wronged in their hearts, but they could only choose to leave. Those with cultivation lower than the Earth Monarch did not have the slightest bit of authority. Etionyan glanced at them and could not be bothered with them. He raised his feet and flew forward. When the guards saw him, they immediately moved aside respectfully and bowed. Welcome back, Lord. Chapter 12:11. Etionyan didn't need to prove anything. He lifted his foot and walked inside. No guard stopped him at all. Unlike the evil spirit race from before, even if it was extremely dangerous outside, the rules were the rules. Without reaching the Earth Monarch realm, one could not enter. It had to be said that it was extremely cruel. The survival of the fittest was vividly displayed on the evil spirit race's side. Those with too weak cultivation would not be allowed to enter even if they all died outside. Only those who met the conditions could enter. The Earth Monarch was the lowest threshold. Those with lower cultivation would have to obediently stay outside. Perhaps they would suffer heavy losses, but to them, the rules were the rules. If they died, so be it. They had no value anyway, so they would naturally be abandoned. Even if the divine domain could accommodate all the evil spirit race, they would not let them in. This was not the first force to do so. Even the divine domain of cultivators was the same. Those with too low a cultivation would not be allowed to enter. It looked cruel, but the truth was cruel. After passing through the passageway, he easily entered the area where the evil spirit race was. The moment he entered, it was filled with dense, dark energy. As far as the eye could see, there were many dark cores, much more than the ones outside. It could be said that with a casual glance, he could see many cores scattered at the side. Each one was larger than the last, and their grade was higher than the ones outside. As for the cores of other attributes, he did not see a single one. He thought that they should have been teleported somewhere. After all, Fan Yu did not only have one attribute, but many. However, there was not a single one here. He did not know where they were hidden. The environment here is really much better than the outside. Tianyan shook his head. According to the regional division, this place was at most within the range of a first-grade god domain, but the rich star power, coupled with the amazing number of cores, made this place stronger than a second-grade god domain. In his opinion, it should have the effect of a third-grade divine domain. A peripheral divine domain had been forcefully piled up into a third-grade divine domain with so many resources. After he entered, he directly flew to a nearby planet to take a look. No one stopped him here at all. Instead, when they saw him, they were all very respectful. This was the disparity in status. Even if he only had the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven, he was already above many evil spirit race. As long as one's cultivation was lower than his, he would have to address him as Lord. When they entered the nearest planet, the environment here was actually no different from the outside. The biggest difference was that there were a lot fewer slaves. There were basically a few slaves scattered around, unlike the piles of slaves outside. There were even more slaves than the local evil spirit race. The slaves here were all the top quality type. They all had special abilities, special bloodlines, or cultivation bases. At the very least, it wouldn't just be a superficial improvement. Instead, it would be an all-around improvement and become even more powerful. From the looks of it, those who owned slaves were generally at the level of the Lord of Heaven, and those at the level of the earthly monarch did not have slaves at all. But thinking about it, these slaves were all at the earth monarch realm. How could he obtain slaves with higher cultivation than him? However, everything was based on the rules. If one wanted to obtain a slave, one had to meet the requirements. If one's cultivation was not up to the standard, one would not have the qualifications to bring a slave here. Bringing slaves here was like bringing a rich man's attendant. Without money, it was impossible to buy an attendant. No wonder so many Earth monarchs chose to stay outside. Outside, they can still be addressed as Lord, but here they can't even have slaves. Tianyan shook his head. The treatment here was much worse than outside. However, it did not mean that there were no weak cultivators here. On the contrary, there were also many weak cultivators, but these were the pure evil spirit race, which meant that they had the purest evil spirit race bloodline. These pure orthodox ones, even if their cultivation was low, did not need to call them Lord when facing those with strong cultivation. This was like a prince of the royal family. So, what if his cultivation was lower than theirs? As long as his status was higher than theirs, it was fine. Cultivation could bring about a higher status, but status could be exchanged for, and it could surpass cultivation. This was not absolute. If one's cultivation was heaven-defying, any prince would be killed with a single slap. However, in a situation where one's cultivation was normal, one's status was everything here. With such a pure bloodline, they would naturally stay here and focus on nurturing them. In Fan Yu's forces, this was actually the meaning. Most of them had mixed bloodlines, which meant that when they were born from other races, the bloodlines in their bodies were no longer pure. As a result, their status was even lower. In this place, bloodline was king. The purer the bloodline, the more valuable it was. Therefore, the experts here, or the elders, were all pure bloodlines. Other than pure bloodlines, those below the Earth monarch realm were basically not allowed to appear here. As a result, there were relatively few evil spirit races here. However, after years of accumulation, there were still quite a few evil spirit races staying here, just that they were much fewer than outside. Of course, there was also an exception, and that was to be an ordinary servant. These were still necessary. These were all people who could enter to serve these pure, bloodline evil spirit race, regardless of their background. Even so, the screening would still be very strict, and not just any evil spirit race could enter. It could be said that this was the base of the pure bloodline, and they were the true masters of this place. If his cultivation and bloodline were both strong, then his status would undoubtedly be higher. Tianyan's current evil spirit puppet was in existence with an extremely pure bloodline, without any impurities. As a result, when he walked on this path, he would attract attention, and they would all be extremely respectful to him, thinking that this was the symbol of nobility. After that, he casually walked around here to observe the overall situation. This place was much stricter than the outside, and the security was even tighter. He had an idea, casually pulled over an evil spirit race, and asked, "Come here for a moment. Lord, is there something you need from me?" The evil spirit race ran over and said respectfully, "Has anything happened here recently? I just returned from cultivating outside, so I'm not very clear about the situation here." Tianyan said, "So that's how it is. Lord, you don't know, but recently Fan Yu's forces were destroyed by some unknown force, causing our king to be furious. He immediately sent people to investigate the situation. Fortunately, the goddess's selection of God's child has not stopped and is still being carried out." The evil spirit race said, hatefully, "I wonder which force did it. If they were to be investigated, even a third-grade divine domain would not be able to bear the consequences." Chapter 12:12. That's right, don't you know? The evil spirit race had a strange expression on his face. "I don't know. Is there a problem?" Tianyan looked at him coldly. The evil spirit race's entire body trembled as he anxiously said, "No, no, this lowly one did not mean that. This matter has basically been spread out. As long as one is above the Earth monarch realm, they can participate in the selection of the God child. Didn't I tell you that I've been in seclusion outside for a long time?" Tianyan said coldly, "Yes, I'm sorry. This lowly one knows that Lord has worked hard to cultivate. The higher your cultivation, the more likely you are to be selected as the God child." The evil spirit race continued to smile apologetically. Tell me what's going on." Tianyan was too lazy to bother with him. On the contrary, he was somewhat interested in this matter. "Actually, it's very simple. It's to inform the clansmen of the Earth monarch realm and above to participate. They can choose to participate or not. As long as the bloodline is pure, such as you, Lord, there's no problem. You can easily participate," the evil spirit race explained. Tianyan nodded. If the goddess chose the God child, she would definitely need a pure bloodline. If she did not even have this bloodline, she would definitely not be able to pass. Originally, this place was mainly focused on pure bloodlines. If one did not even have this foundation, they could only be spectators. "All right, I'll go participate now. Where do I go from?" Tianyan asked. He didn't even think too much about it and decided to participate. This was a rare opportunity to infiltrate the interior of the godchild. After being selected as the godchild, one could imagine how much his status would increase. At that time, Most of the evil spirit race would listen to his orders. In this kind of situation, it was much easier to deal with them than to use violence. Moreover, violence was not a good choice here. At the very least, with his cultivation, he was temporarily unable to do so. When he entered this place, he could feel several divine lords patrolling at the side. As for the Lord of Heaven, it was even more shocking. If they were to fight, he could only choose to escape. If he became a godchild, he would definitely be able to control a lot of things, so he didn't even think about it before participating. You have to go to the front to register. You have to go through a round of screening before you can participate. The evil spirit race respectfully pointed to the front and said, Etianyan nodded his head and walked forward. When the evil spirit race saw Etianyan leave, he spat on the ground and left. These evil spirit race all had a temper. However, when facing their superiors, they could only choose to obey and did not dare to disobey in the slightest. Etianyan did not walk too far. Very quickly, he saw that there were evil spirit race flying in all directions. He did not even need to point the way to know that the registration point was in front of him. After passing through a house, a towering pagoda came into view. This pagoda gave him a sense of familiarity. God-slaying pagoda, he suddenly recalled where he had encountered it before. That was the god-killing pagoda. The style of the pagoda in front of him was the style of the killing god pagoda. Could it be related to the killing god? He did not think too much about it and quickly arrived at the pagoda. There were already many evil spirit race queuing up inside. The lowest cultivation level was at the first refinement Earth Lord, which was the most basic. Although Etianyan did not know how the test was conducted, he believed that if it was at the first refinement Earth Lord level, there was basically no hope. If one did not even have any basic strength, it would be too difficult to be chosen as the Son of God, unless they did not compete in strength. Even so, they would still come over to try their luck. What if they really succeeded? After Etianyan came over, it did not cause any waves. There were many Lord of Heaven present, and some of them were even at the third or fourth level of the Lord of Heaven. They were even stronger than him. So how could they cause any waves? Especially since the participants were all pure bloodlines, any impurities would be immediately eliminated. Therefore, it was very strict. Just by looking at the deacon at the front, one could tell how strict it was. Line up one by one. No matter what your identity is or what abilities you have, line up for me and check one by one. The deacon of the Lord of Heaven looked at them coldly, indicating that they had to follow the rules. If everyone was in chaos, there would be no way to continue here. Following that, the first step they needed to take was to investigate the bloodline in their bodies. What they needed was the purest bloodline. The naked eye and spiritual sense were not very accurate, so they had to rely on treasures to be able to clearly detect it. They lined up to touch a crystal ball. If there was no problem, it would be completely black. If they had other bloodlines, other colors would appear, and at that time, it would mean that they were unqualified. Buzz. At this time, 2 colors appeared on the crystal ball. The Earth Lord who touched the crystal ball retracted his hand and smiled embarrassedly. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Scram. The deacon of the Lord of Heaven slapped over, causing the Earth Lord evil spirit race to explode with a single slap, turning him into a headless corpse. This action caused the bodies of the evil spirit race behind him to tremble. He killed without any hesitation. Immediately after, the guards at the side immediately helped to deal with it. Let me say it again. Don't think about getting away with it. Otherwise, you will die. Don't waste our time. There are still many clansmen who need to be assessed. The deacon of the Lord of Heaven was extremely strict and did not show any mercy when he attacked. My lord, I'm sorry. I remembered that I still have something to do. Me too. At this moment, some of the evil spirit race S in line hurriedly took their leave. Needless to say, they also wanted to muddle through. Fortunately, they weren't in front of him, otherwise he would have been the first to die. After they left one by one, the front was immediately empty. Tianyan shook his head. It seemed that the strictness of the bloodline here was beyond imagination. Those with impure bloodlines were no different from trash. The difference in treatment was too great. With less people fishing in troubled waters, it was soon his turn to line up. There was no special test. It was just a test of his bloodline. He believed that there was absolutely no problem with his bloodline. He extended his hand and covered the crystal ball. Very quickly, the crystal ball released a dazzling light. It was much more dazzling than the light emitted by the others. Furthermore, it was incomparably black, terrifyingly black, like a black hole. What did you consume to strengthen yourself? The deacon of the Lord of Heaven's gaze darkened. I did consume some spirit fruits. May I know what's the problem? Tianyun looked up at him and said, Yes, you are not suitable to participate in this God's child test. Get out immediately. The deacon of the Lord of Heaven pointed outside and said coldly. Tianyun narrowed his eyes and looked at him. He did not leave immediately. Instead, he looked at him indifferently and said, Is this your rule or the rule of the higher-ups? I don't remember this rule. It's just a simple test of the purity of your bloodline. I'm the deacon here now. Everything is up to me. The deacon of the Lord of Heaven said sternly, his voice somewhat louder. Chapter 12:13. The Lord of Heaven's deacon's attitude immediately made Tianyun feel very unhappy. There was such a rule. He had never heard of such a rule. At most, if one's bloodline was impure, they would not be able to participate. He had never heard of anything else. You have the final say? You mean to say that this is your own rule and not the rules of the higher-ups? Tianyun sneered. I want to see the elder. You think you can see the elder just because you want to? The Lord of Heaven's deacon flew into a rage. Get out of here now. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. This Lord of Heaven's deacon's cultivation was at the third level of the Lord of Heaven's cultivation. He was quite strong. Then get the hell out of here first. Tianyun's gaze turned cold as he kicked back. The Lord of Heaven's deacon did not expect him to really attack. He did not have time to block and was kicked away. Boom! Under the dumbstruck gazes of the evil spirit race, the Lord of Heaven's deacon was sent flying with a single kick. After passing through several walls, he fell limply to the ground, unable to move. The guards at the side were all dumbfounded. They never thought that someone would really dare to make a move, especially against a deacon. This was undoubtedly a provocation of authority. Isn't this too arrogant? He even dares to hit a deacon? This time he's finished. He's definitely going to die. Offending his superiors is definitely a death sentence. They shook their heads. Most of them were still gloating and did not have the slightest bit of sympathy. How could such a big scene not attract the elder's attention? Very quickly, an expert of the Lord of Heaven's 8th level flew over. When he saw the situation, he said coldly, What exactly is going on? The Lord of Heaven's deacon, who was kicked away, slowly got up. A large part of his chest had already caved in. Tianyun did not kill him. He really wanted to kill him, but if he really did, then he really wouldn't be able to participate. Elder, he attacked me. He's not satisfied with my arrangements. The Lord of Heaven deacon pointed at Tianyun, trembling. His heart was already bursting with rage. How could he tolerate such a situation? The elder turned his head and looked at Tianyun coldly. Disobeying your superiors and disrupting the order is a capital offense. The elder was incomparably furious. and the aura of the Lord of Heaven enveloped over. He stretched out his hand, wanting to slap Eteonyun to death. In his opinion, with his cultivation level, it would not be a problem for him to suppress Eteonyun. Eteonyun grabbed the crystal and released a pitch-black radiance. At the same time, he quickly said, "Elder, look at my test result." He said that I can't participate in the God's Sun selection. Is this true? The charging elder immediately stopped his attack and stared at the pitch-black crystal ball in shock. He immediately understood what was going on and turned to look at the deacon beside him. The deacon who was being stared at trembled and lowered his head, not daring to look at the elder. "Very good. Very good. I didn't expect that you would do such a thing after being appointed as a deacon. Prejudiced. Do you think you can be selected as the God's son just because you eliminated one opponent?" The elder angrily said, "Go back and cultivate in seclusion. Don't even think about participating in this God's Son selection." But what? If people find out not to mention you, even I will be implicated." "You idiot." The elder's hand trembled uncontrollably. He wanted nothing more than to slap the other party to death. Yes, the Lord of Heaven deacon thought of something and could only get up and leave. He didn't dare to turn his head back and just glared at Eteonyun without saying anything. Eteonyun finally understood what was going on. So this guy was a competitor in the God's Son selection. Seeing that Eteonyun's bloodline was more outstanding, he abused his power to stop him. But what was the point? This was just one of the selection points. There were many people with more orthodox bloodlines than him. There was no point in chasing him away. "I'm sorry. I didn't teach you well. How about we forget about this matter?" The elder walked over and flicked his hand. A high-grade reincarnation grade weapon appeared in his hand, indicating that it was an apology gift for Eteonyun. Although he didn't know what the relationship between the two was, they were definitely relatives. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so biased. Sure. Eteonyun didn't say anything else. He took the weapon. If he could take it, he would definitely take it. It wouldn't do him any good to fall out with the other party. You have passed. Your bloodline is pure enough, and you have been strengthened. Obviously, you have eaten some spirit fruit. This is a good sign. After a simple explanation, the elder took out a token and handed it over. He said, "This is the selection token. Take it to Goddess City." Goddess City, as the name suggested, was the city where the goddess lived. It was a big city specially built for the goddess. It was actually a huge planet. It was just that people usually called it that. "Thank you." Eteonyun couldn't be bothered to say anything more. He was in the right, but from the elder's eyes, he could see that the other party was also very unhappy with him. Since that was the case, what else could he say? He just needed to take the things and leave. After taking the token, he quickly went to Goddess City. Goddess City was quite far from here. Fortunately, there was a teleportation array. Otherwise, he would have to fly for a long time. After passing through several teleportation arrays, he finally arrived at the planet near Goddess City. He had to fly himself for the remaining distance. He couldn't teleport there directly. The meaning of doing this was probably even more noble. Not everyone could use this teleportation array to go to the vicinity of Goddess City. The Goddess City in front of him wasn't big. On the contrary, the planet it was on was huge. Comparatively speaking, the established city was much smaller. After examining it, Eteonyun didn't find any core inside. As a goddess city, it actually didn't have any core inside. It was unbelievable. Even the first city he came to had a core embedded in it. In this famous goddess city, there wasn't even half a core. This made him feel strange. It was clearly such an important place, but there was no core. Could it be that Goddess City, without a core, has some special meaning? Tianyun frowned. He saw many evil spirit race people flying towards Goddess City. They were obviously candidates. However, even if they weren't candidates, they could still go to Goddess City. They just couldn't participate in the selection of the Son of God. His gaze was quickly noticed by the other evil spirit races, and the gazes that met his gaze were filled with hostility. Here, other than himself, everyone else was an enemy. After all, in the selection of the Son of God, there would only be one, not two. Therefore, the other participants were all enemies. They didn't have any companions. Chapter 12:14. The current situation in Goddess City was already a sea of people, and evil spirit race people were walking around everywhere. Fortunately, although Goddess City was a little small, it was very spacious outside. At the same time, if one was not a candidate, they would not be able to enter and could only watch the situation from the outside. If one looked at the situation from the outside, there was no problem. They could still see everything clearly. All of the selection activities could be seen here. As Tianyun was a candidate, he could directly enter Goddess City. Token, the guard said in a dignified voice. Tianyun handed over the token. After the guard received it, he checked it for a bit and nodded, indicating that he was allowed to enter. Tianyun took back the token and walked in. The guard continued to check the next candidate. The difficulty of the selection was not high to begin with. As long as one met the two conditions of an Earth monarch and a pure bloodline, they would be able to successfully participate. These two conditions were not harsh. In the entire evil spirit divine realm, there were many who met them. The moment he entered, he saw that there were many evil spirit races inside. These were all people who had met the requirements. They all chose to meditate nearby and wait for the selection to begin. The inside of Goddess City was even more simple and crude. There were wide grounds everywhere, and there weren't even any houses. There was only a palace-like place in front of him. There was nothing else, and it was truly simple and crude. Tianyun could not believe that this was a Goddess City. From the looks of it, it didn't look like a Goddess City at all. It was just a casual city without any sense of solemnity. Isn't this Goddess City too simple and crude? Tianyun frowned. Any random city outside would be more prosperous than this place. This place was extremely simple and crude. He did not know the situation inside the palace, but it should be slightly better. It was just that it was a little cold outside. He glanced around and saw that there were quite a few candidates. Some of them came in groups, while others came alone. Tianyun did not attract much attention when he entered. No one paid any attention to him, and they were all busy with their own matters. Tianyun also chose a place to sit down. Since it had not started, he could only find a place nearby to meditate and wait. He didn't know when it would start, but he could only wait here. But from the looks of it, many evil spirit races had been waiting here for a long time, and they were getting a little impatient. Time passed quickly. 2 weeks later, the sound of doors closing could be heard from outside, indicating that the time was up. Those who did not arrive would be considered as not participating. Is it finally starting? Tianyun slowly opened his eyes and turned to look at the situation behind him. The door was closed, but they could still fly in from above. It seemed like an unnecessary move, but it was actually a matter of rules. If anyone really dared to fly in, they would probably be killed on the spot before they could even fly in. This only meant that the door was about to close, and the rest of the candidates could not enter, let alone unrelated personnel. After closing the door, 3 chairs soon appeared in the void in front of him, floating in the air. Following that, 3 extremely strong god lords tore through the void and walked over. They sat on the chair and looked down on everything. with a powerful and domineering aura. The lowest cultivation level of the three evil spirit races was at the 7th level of the Divine Lord realm, and the highest was at the 9th level of the Divine Lord realm. If they continued to break through like this, they would reach the peak level and become an Empyrean. The power that these three people represented was already not simple. Even the 2nd grade god domain might not have so many experts with high cultivation. Moreover, the evil spirit race's advantage was obvious. They were a level stronger than them, so they would be even more powerful. Tianyun believed that there must be more experts in their group, and these are just 3 representatives. It was impossible for all the experts to come over for a god-child selection ceremony. That would be too exaggerated. Welcome, Elder Tesso, Elder Ear, Elder Soul Cloud. All of them knelt on the ground to welcome the appearance of the 3 evil spirit races. Their expressions were extremely respectful, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. This was the dignity of a superior. How could they dare to be disrespectful? After the 3 elders took their seats, the evil spirit race slowly stood up and looked at their elders respectfully. It's another 1,000-year god-child selection ceremony. As usual, it's all about using your strength and your hot blood to display your strength. Prove that you can surpass all the clansmen present, and prove that you can sit on the position of godchild. Elder Tai Sua's low voice spread out in all directions, circle after circle. Even the evil spirit race outside could hear it clearly. They all flew in the air and looked over, although they couldn't enter. Watching from the outside did not affect their perception at all. They could still see very clearly. Every 1,000 years, we will choose a godchild to accompany the goddess and give birth to the most outstanding life. You bear the heavy responsibility of reviving the evil spirit race. Therefore, this godchild selection is more to prove whether you can bring more glory to the evil spirit race. Elder E. are also said from the side. Elder Soul Cloud didn't say anything else. He just maintained his silence at the side, as if he had come to calm the situation. However, their words were already enough to make the many evil spirit race members excited. Those who were chosen in the end would definitely reach the peak, especially the heavy responsibility of reviving the evil spirit race. It made them feel extremely heavy. Revival of the evil spirit race. Tianyun immediately caught the words. Could it be that the current evil spirit race was still declining? It looked better than an ordinary 3rd grade god domain. And it even had a 4th grade god domain. Was this still considered bad? Then, let's invite the goddess to descend now. Elder Tesso didn't say anything else. He stretched out his hand and waved forward. A pitch-black light descended from the sky and enveloped the center of the empty space in front of him. It was obvious that the goddess had appeared. Goddess, I guess they are all this ugly. Tianyun shook his head. Seeing the ugly appearance of the evil spirit race, he really didn't have the slightest interest. If he really married the so-called goddess, wouldn't he die of disgust? These evil spirit race members, regardless of whether they were male or female, were all tall and strong. Their bodies were pitch black, and the lines of their muscles were visible. He really couldn't arouse the slightest bit of interest. This was the problem of aesthetic standards. At least, the aesthetic standards of the evil spirit race didn't suit him at all. However, if he wanted to become a godchild, he didn't really want to marry the goddess. He still wanted to use this position to more easily infiltrate them. Just when he thought that the goddess was still extremely ugly, a snow-white figure appeared in his line of sight. An extremely beautiful girl descended in his line of sight, just like that. Her entire body was snow-white, including her long hair. She looked like a snow-white maiden. Her extremely exquisite skin was as smooth as a piece of white jade. Chapter 12:15. What appeared in front of Tianyan was not the evil spirit race, but a beautiful girl. All of this was not the main point. The main point was that she was not from the evil spirit race, but from the divine spirit race. The divine spirit race was actually the spirit race, a race in the three realms. However, the divine spirit race was indeed extremely high, and their bloodline was ranked at the top. And she was a goddess? This was shocking to him. Wasn't the goddess a member of the evil spirit race? How could she be from the divine spirit race? Moreover, if she were to marry with the divine spirit race, wouldn't her bloodline be mixed? He had thought that she would be very ugly, but who would have thought that she would be like a goddess, a true goddess, with the pure bloodline of the divine spirit race? Her body emitted a holy light, making her look extremely holy, making others feel that she was not blasphemous. Not only did he want to blaspheme her, he wanted the evil spirit race to do so. Tianyan could see disgust, and anger in the goddess's pitch-black eyes, but she could not move. Her body was firmly controlled, and she could not even say a word. It was obvious that she had been captured and imprisoned here as a goddess. To put it nicely, she was a goddess. To put it bluntly, she was a slave that would nurture their next generation. He did not know why they had captured the divine spirit race to marry, but they definitely had their own intentions. Soon after, he thought of something and turned to look at the earth Lord beside him. His eyes flickered with light, and he immediately bewitched the earth Lord. Every 1,000 years, there will be this goddess ceremony. Tianyan asked. Yes, every 1,000 years, there will be this goddess ceremony to select the most outstanding clansmen to marry with the goddess so that they can give birth to the most outstanding descendants. The evil spirit race replied with a dull gaze. Every time, it's the divine spirit race. Tianyan continued to ask. Yes, every time, it's the divine spirit race. They will choose the most outstanding descendants of the divine spirit race so that they can marry with our race and give birth to even more powerful descendants. The evil spirit race replied. Tianyan's gaze turned cold as he caught onto an extremely important piece of information. The divine spirit race has been imprisoned. No, we will capture the divine spirit race. So the divine spirit race often changes locations. We mainly capture women. After we capture them, we imprison them and wait 1,000 years to select the Son of God. The evil spirit race answered truthfully. He knew a lot of things, and it should be said that most of the evil spirit race knew this. Tianyan had just arrived, so it was normal that he didn't know. What's the difference if we combine them? Won't our bloodlines be mixed? Tianyan was a little confused about this point. However, not only will the bloodline of the divine spirit race remain intact, but it will also strengthen itself. The divine spirit race is like a treasure, no matter what race it is. As long as they reproduce with the divine spirit race, they will give birth to even purer descendants, and all aspects will be strengthened. The evil spirit race explained. Is there such a magical ability? Tianyan was shocked. He remembered that the godly spirit race had a hard time reproducing. Could it be that they had a special bloodline that made it hard for them to reproduce? They had to be full of vitality to be able to reproduce. This made him instantly understand many things. No wonder they had captured the divine spirit race. It turned out that there was such a thing. However, at that time, the three realms had been too cruel, and the spirit race had all been exterminated. Compared to the goddess above, he felt that her bloodline was not as strong. It was probably because of the environment that she had been weakened a lot, allowing the evil spirit race to act so recklessly. The weakened divine spirit race could no longer be considered a divine spirit race, and could only be called a spirit race. He turned his gaze back to the goddess. It seemed that he was definitely going to become a godchild this time. He definitely could not let them succeed. seeing the helplessness and anger in the goddess's eyes. It was truly sad to think about it. Being imprisoned here as a slave for reproduction was truly cruel. This was only once every 1,000 years. Who knew how many divine spirit races had been captured? It was simply cruel. No wonder the goddess city here wasn't that luxurious, nor did it have any dark core. The goddess was not even the goddess of the evil spirit race, so there was no need to use any dark core, nor was there a need to build it so luxuriously. In any case, she was not one of their clansmen, so there was no need to waste it like this. This place was used to select the godchild. It was used to select the most outstanding godchild to mate with the goddess and give birth to even more outstanding descendants. Whether it was the goddess or the godchild, they were just tools for the revival of the evil spirit race. He guessed that the divine spirit race's special bloodline could be strengthened while preserving the evil spirit race's bloodline. It could even allow the evil spirit race to possess the abilities of the divine spirit race. What's the situation with the previous godchild? What are the achievements of the descendants they gave birth to? Etianyan asked. I don't know about that. The other party shook his head. He wasn't very clear about this. After all, he didn't know everything. At most, he could only know about the situation of the goddess ceremony. These were all things that any random evil spirit race could know about. If they wanted to participate in this test, they naturally needed to understand it clearly. Otherwise, they would really be idiots if they charged in casually. Etienne's gaze turned cold. Then go and kill your own clansmen. He waved his hand, and the Earth Lord evil spirit race immediately rushed towards his companions, pulled out his sharp sword, and attacked crazily. The other party didn't even have time to react before he was killed by his own clansmen. This caused a huge commotion, and even the evil spirit race at the side were shocked. However, they quickly reacted and rushed over to surround and kill the traitor evil spirit race. Is this guy crazy? Why did he suddenly attack? I think he must be crazy. Seeing how beautiful the goddess is, he wanted to take her for himself. He killed all the candidates and became the godchild himself. Is this possible? Can he kill all of his clansmen? All of them were discussing and guessing. It had to be said that the goddess standing in front of them made them exclaim in admiration. If they could become the godchild, they would be able to take it for themselves. When the 3 elders at the side saw that the situation had calmed down, they didn't say much and turned their gazes back to the goddess. This is the new goddess. She possesses an extremely strong divine spirit race bloodline and is much more outstanding than before. Now, it will depend on your abilities. Let's see if you have the ability to become the godchild. Elder Tesso said with a faint smile, I must become the godchild. The one who will become the godchild is me. All of them started to roar as if they had been injected with chicken blood, making them extremely excited. How could they miss such a beautiful goddess? All of a sudden, all of them started to cheer, and the atmosphere became much more lively. However, with so many evil spirit races, only one of them could obtain victory in the end. Chapter 12:16. Etianyan would definitely destroy the evil spirit race's plan and not leave a single one alive. He never thought that he would be able to witness such a thing after coming here. He knew that there was such a disgusting ceremony. The divine spirit race was truly a victim. He had finally seen the divine spirit race in the divine domain. The saddest thing was that the divine spirit race had become slaves and were at their mercy, especially the goddess's helpless gaze. The other evil spirit race seemed to make their blood boil, but in his eyes, it was so pitiful. When they were captured, they were destined to be imprisoned like their predecessors until the reproduction ended. Then, their lives would come to an end. Judging from their situation, they could only give birth once at most. it would be difficult for them to give birth to any more. The rarer a race was, the more difficult it was to reproduce. It was already good enough to have one more child, let alone a second. If they could reproduce at will, their numbers would have been quite large long ago, and they wouldn't have become so few. Then, the rules of the Son of God selection ceremony have always been very simple, that is, to fight. Unless one was knocked out of the arena, it would not be considered as admitting defeat, regardless of life or death on the field. A true Son of God needs to be baptized in blood. The first round will select 100 clansmen. Elder Tesso pointed at the wall in front of him. Those who fly out or are sent flying are considered to have admitted defeat and been eliminated. Every place here is your battlefield. Then, the Son of God selection ceremony will now officially begin. Out of so many evil spirit races, only 100 could remain in the end. This Son of God selection ceremony was truly cruel, especially when it came to life and death. The evil spirit race really liked this kind of battle method. It was rough and barbaric enough. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding evil spirit race did not hesitate to attack the clansmen beside him without any hesitation. Although it was said that 100 would be left behind, if they really kept hiding at the side, then it would be impossible for them to be selected. They chose heroes, not cowards. Elder Tesso did not say it before, but everyone understood this logic and did not need to explain too much. Killing at will, you've really won my heart. I was just about to say that if I can't start a massacre, then I'll be too disappointed. Yi Tianyun's gaze turned cold, and without any hesitation, he exploded out. His tall and sturdy body charged forward, smashing the evil spirit race into meat paste. Ding! Successfully killed the evil spirit race. Earth Monarch Level 3. Obtained experience. Ding! Successfully killed the evil spirit race. Earth Monarch Level 2. Obtained experience. Ding! Successfully killed the evil spirit race. First Stage Heaven Monarch. Obtained experience. Ding! As long as the evil spirit race is walking in front of him, he will list them as his targets. No one would be able to stop him. Even if a first stage heaven monarch from the evil spirit race stood in front of him, he would still explode with a few punches. Spirit Demon's spirit, Dragon Yun, it to be spirit. His god of slaughter state caused the surrounding evil spirit race S to jump in fright. They anxiously fled to the side. This power was so terrifying. Who would dare to stop him? Spirit race people of the battle. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, race 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 1, 1. For a time, blood filled the entire goddess city. No wonder it was so empty. It was originally a battlefield of slaughter. So why would there be a need to build so many houses? The spectators outside cheered continuously, seeing such a crazy scene inside. All of them were extremely excited. They liked this kind of killing scene, the strong being the king. Some of the participants couldn't take it anymore and hurriedly flew out. If they were lucky, they would even be able to fly out. If they were unlucky, they would be dragged down and killed. Even if they wanted to escape, they wouldn't be able to. This was how cruel it was. The goddess in the center of the arena looked at them coldly. Die. All of you, die for me, a bunch of trash. The goddess kept praying in her heart, praying that they would all die, but this was impossible. In the end, when 100 evil spirit races were left, they would stop and proceed to the next stage of the battle. The 3 great elders looked down from above, and when they saw something bright, they started to discuss. That clansman is not bad. Although he is only at the first level of the Lord of Heaven, the strength he displayed is extremely shocking, comparable to the 3rd or 4th level of the Lord of Heaven. From the looks of it, he has reached the level of the 8th refinement Earth Lord. That's right, the level of the 8th refinement Earth Lord is not easy to break through. Among so many participants, the number of people who can reach the 8th refinement Earth Lord can be counted on one hand. I can feel that he has consumed the dark spirit fruit. And it's not just one, it should be two. Elder Soul Cloud, who was silent at the side, suddenly spoke and immediately said what spirit fruit Tianyun had consumed. He has consumed the dark spirit fruit. Elder Tesso's eyes lit up. That's right, after sensing it carefully, it is indeed so. He actually had such a fortuitous encounter, found that dark spirit fruit, and even consumed two of them. Consuming two, what a waste. One is enough, yet he still consumed two. They shook their heads. The effect of one was the best, and the effect of the second would be greatly reduced. If they could exchange for other treasures, it would undoubtedly be more worthwhile. For example, they could exchange for the evil spirit race's heavenly Tao martial arts. After all, the rarity of the dark spirit fruit was something that even these elders coveted. But now that it has been consumed, it is useless for them to say anything. After all, even if they kill Tianyun, it is impossible for him to spit out the dark spirit fruit. They can only envy this fortuitous encounter. There is also the one over there. His combat power is also amazing. It seems that the juniors this time are quite capable. It will be really difficult to choose at that time. What is difficult to choose? The outstanding ones can choose the other race, and they can still reproduce good offspring. They do not intend to really leave one person alive. The rest will die. There is no need to do so in the early stage. Survival of the fittest. First, eliminate a bunch of trash, leaving a part of the best. This is the key. Tianyun is too lazy to pay attention to their plan. He is now killing crazily. He doesn't know how many he killed, with the help of the dark spirit fruit. His physique is amazing. The opponent's attack is useless. He doesn't feel any pain when they hit him. After some time, when he felt that he has accumulated a lot of experience and crazy point, there was an explosion in his ear. Stop. With the order to stop, the evil spirit race who was immersed in killing suddenly woke up. At this time, Tianyun turned his head and looked to the side. There are already countless bodies lying on the ground. Blood is flowing. The thick smell of blood rushed to the sky. It is disgusting. There are only 100 evil spirit race left standing on the battlefield. No more, no less, exactly 100. There are at least tens of thousands of people who participated in the battle, and now there are only 100 left. It is really cruel. Chapter 12:17. After it was over, the corpses in the surroundings were quickly cleaned up. The bloodstains on the ground were also cleaned up, and the thick smell of blood quickly dissipated. Just a moment ago, the ground was filled with corpses and blood, but now it was clean. It was the same scene as when he first entered. It was so clean, but it also looked extremely simple. This time, the casualties were extremely heavy. Only a portion of them could escape, and most of them died here. However, it still attracted waves of cheers. The blood of the audience outside was boiling, and they felt that this was a real battle. To them, only the baptism of blood could choose the true strongest. If they kept showing mercy, they would not be able to choose the true strongest. If they could not kill, it meant that they were restrained and could not completely release their strength. How could they choose the strongest? Thus, they did not feel sad at all, only excited. Survival of the fittest. This was the case here. The one who would not feel sad the least was naturally Tianyun. On the contrary, he felt that it was very good. It was a pity that there were still 100 people left. Otherwise, he would definitely fight to the last moment. As expected, those who remain are basically heaven monarchs. Earth monarchs are really cannon fodder. Tianyun shook his head. Most of the 100 people who stayed were Lord of Heaven. Among them, there were very few Earth monarchs. There were only about 10 of them. After all, the number of Lord of Heaven was relatively small. There were only a few dozen Lord of Heaven. For example, there were only 80 or 90 Lord of Heaven. No matter what, there would be more than 10 Earth monarchs who could pass. If there were more Lord of Heaven, there would be no need to talk about it. At that time, there would really be no Earth monarchs. During the battle just now, Tianyun clearly felt that many evil spirit race Lord of Heaven would avoid their fellow Earth monarchs. This was the most reasonable method. If they fought, it would be disadvantageous to him. How could he be as crazy as Tianyun, killing anyone who got close to him, whether it was an Earth monarch or a Lord of Heaven? In any case, it was the evil spirit race, so they had to die. Therefore, Earth monarchs were definitely cannon fodder. Those Earth monarchs that passed with the mentality of a fluke had basically died in the underworld. If he didn't participate, it would be nice to be a spectator. Congratulations on surviving the first trial. You've already proven that you're the most outstanding among all the clansmen. Elder Tessa looked at them and nodded in satisfaction. After a short rest, you will enter the second test. They didn't announce the content of the next round. They let them take a break first. There were no rewards to speak of during this period. If they passed, then they passed. To them, it was a normal thing. The rest time was not too long. After a short period of 3 days, it was basically over. It wasn't that they were stingy, but with their recovery abilities, 3 days was more than enough. All of them were in high spirits, ready for the next battle. Looks like you've all made your preparations. The next round will still be a death match, and 50 of you will be chosen. Only when you're knocked out of the arena or die will you be considered to have truly lost. Otherwise, it won't be considered as admitting defeat. Elder Tesso explained the content of the next round. It was still a battle. There weren't too many new methods. It was still a baptism of blood. It was just a crazy battle to prove one's strength. Immediately after, the 3 elders waved their hands, and rays of light enveloped them. Following that, they were teleported to the arena above, and the arena was divided for them. This time, the arena was not the entire goddess city, but this small area. As long as they were knocked out, they would be considered to have lost. In a situation like this, they wouldn't have to be knocked out of the city to admit defeat like before. Tianyun didn't struggle much. He was also teleported to the arena in front of him. He looked up and saw that his opponent was a second-layer evil spirit race member of the Lord of Heaven. As soon as he saw his opponent, Tianyun's eyes turned cold. His legs immediately erupted with the strongest power. With a dong sound, his body started to shake violently under the berserk power. Even space itself was shattered. The next, one directly rushed in front of the evil spirit race and swept his leg across. The opponent didn't seem to expect Tianyun to attack so quickly. Although it had already started when he saw his opponent, wasn't this too fast? The opponent quickly extended his hand to block. The dozen or so arms on his back were like a thick meat shield blocking in front of him. Judging from the current situation, he could only choose to resist. Boom! The violent kick directly pressed him to the ground. Accompanied by a crack sound, the opponent's arm and body caved in from the kick. Following that, even his opponent's huge body was pressed to the ground by the kick, breaking into 2 pieces and dying on the spot. Even if he used all his arms to block it, it would be meaningless. He was still kicked to death. Such a violent scene caused the evil spirit race outside to suck in a breath of cold air, and then they started to cheer loudly. Too powerful. This strength is too strong. He can even kill someone a level higher than him in an instant. This shouldn't be a simple Earth monarch who broke through to the Lord of Heaven, right? It might be a very high-level Earth monarch who broke through. It's possible. He's at least at the level of an Earth monarch who's above the 7th refinement. However, he didn't release his heavenly energy, so I can't feel it. On the contrary, none of them felt that Itianyan was cruel. Instead, they felt that he was extremely brave and fierce. His violent strength made them all cheer as if they were there. In this world that advocated violence, if Itianyan didn't do this, they would look down on him. It just so happened that Itianyan was extremely displeased with them. He had just started off by killing his opponent with a sure-kill attack. How could he possibly spare his life? Coincidentally, this action had attracted their attention. It was extremely eye-catching. In the entire arena, Itianyan was the first to kill his opponent, and it was an instant kill. How could it not be eye-catching? Not bad, not bad. The three elders nodded in satisfaction. They felt that this was the true state of battle. Either they killed in one strike, or they died. There weren't many choices. After killing him, Itianyan sat down to meditate and rest, waiting for the next battle. He was very happy about this kind of thing and wished for a few more. While resting, he looked at the goddess, and the goddess happened to look at him. He could see a hint of disgust in her eyes. She only looked at him for a moment before turning her head away. In her opinion, no matter what it was, as long as it was the evil spirit race, it would make her feel disgusted. Chapter 12:18. After Itianyan took the lead to kill his opponent, the results of the rest came out one after another, especially the Lord of Heaven against the Earth Lord. The results were also out very quickly. It was just that no matter how fast they were not as eye-catching as Itianyan. The first one was the most eye-catching. Who would have thought that there would be an opponent so fierce? They had just teleported over, and some of them had just stabilized themselves when they were attacked. Although it wasn't against the rules, it was a little too ruthless. Very quickly, the battle ended. The 50 participants were quickly eliminated, but it was not over yet. It would not be over until the last person was chosen. All of your performances are not bad. Then rest for 3 days and prepare for the next round. Elder Tesso was very satisfied with their performance. There weren't too many tricks, it was still a duel, and they relied entirely on their fists to win. Moreover, other than relying on their fists to win, the evil spirit race did not have any other abilities, so they were more like a race with developed limbs and simple brains. Of course, it was just like that. Their brains were not simple at all. On the contrary, they were extremely sinister. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Very quickly, the three elders began to arrange their opponents. Rays of light enveloped them so that they could move to their positions. Just as he moved, Itianyan immediately felt a wave of fluctuations coming from in front of him. Without a doubt, his opponent had already attacked. Just like before, he attacked as soon as he stabilized himself. He didn't even bother to say a single word. Itianyan sneered. Playing this kind of move with him was simply courting death. However, he did not do anything. He just waited for the other party to attack and stood there in a daze. Got it. The other party was overjoyed. When he saw that Itianyan did not move at all, he thought that he would definitely be able to defeat Itianyan. Suddenly, an afterimage came from the side and slapped him on the forehead. Pah! The evil spirit race was slapped to the ground and fell quite heavily. His head was extremely dizzy, and he didn't know what was going on. You're still a few hundred years too early to play this trick with me. Itianyan sneered. He raised his foot and stomped down, crushing his opponent with a single stomp, turning it into a pile of experience. How could he let go of so many experience points? Furthermore, it was the evil spirit race, so he could not let it go no matter what. Another opponent was easily defeated. Among all the contestants, he was the first to defeat his opponent. The rest were still fighting bitterly, but he easily defeated his opponent in an instant and entered the top 25 in one fell swoop. Amazing! Such a quick sneak attack, but it was used as a counterattack. It's really amazing. That's right. I wonder how this fellow cultivates. How could he be so powerful? He didn't even use the slightest bit of heavenly energy. He only used pure strength. His physique is too strong. They all gasped in admiration, deeply mesmerized by the power displayed by Etianyun. To the evil spirit race, what they worshipped the most was that power. The stronger the power, the more they worshipped it. This was especially true for those who did not rely on the power of the heavenly Tao. Their pure strength was even more shocking. It wasn't just them. Even the elders were quite satisfied. To be able to display such tyrannical power without relying on the power of the heavenly energy naturally made them feel extremely satisfied. Etianyun did not care about their praises. He did not like the praises of the evil spirit race. It would only make him feel disgusted. After he finished, the other selections were almost done as well. Out of the 50 to 25, they would continue to compete for the top 12. However, there was one participant who could skip the round. After all, there was no way to split the 25 participants. Now, let's proceed to the next round. However, there will be one participant who will skip the round. We will decide who will skip the round by drawing lots. Elder Tessa waved his hand, and a huge bottle fell from the sky. There were several holes in the bottle's body. Now, you can draw your own opponents. Those who don't have a number on them will be considered to have skipped the round. With this kind of luck, the eyes of many participants lit up. If they could successfully draw it, they would be able to smoothly advance. Etianyun did not want to miss the round. This way, he wouldn't be able to kill these bastards. Even so, he still casually went to the bottle and stretched out his hand to grab a token. There was no number on it, so there was no doubt that he would miss the round. Damn it, I actually missed the round. Etianyun shrugged, helplessly. He did not even use the luck aura, so how could he miss the round? It seemed like his character points were too high. Now that it had already reached 10,000, he did not even need any luck aura. He was already able to defy the heavens. What the hell, he actually drew a bye. It's good that he drew a bye. At least I won't have to face him. His luck is really too good. He even got a bye. When the other opponents saw Etianyun's token, they all let out wails. They really did not expect Etianyun to draw it. His previous battle results were clearly so eye-catching, but he actually missed the round. Even the goddess of luck was attached to him. After Etianyun drew a bye, he could only stay at the side and watch the competition end. After drawing lots, they immediately entered the competition. Soon, the top 12 were chosen. The problem was that out of the 13 participants, there had to be one person who was not selected. Etianyun went to draw lots again, and very quickly he drew a bye again. There was no number on it. When the crowd of evil spirit race saw this, they almost vomited blood. The further they went, the more difficult the opponent became. They couldn't wait to draw a bye so that they could advance easily, but Etianyun had drawn it again. This was the second time he had drawn it. It was fine if he had drawn it before, but why was it him the second time? What the hell? He succeeded the second time. He couldn't have cheated, right? Elder Tesso, we suspect that he cheated. That's right. How could he draw it twice in a row? He must be able to see through this jade bottle. All of the participants were extremely dissatisfied, suspecting that Etianyun had cheated. Are you suspecting that we are helping you cheat? Elder Tesso looked at them coldly and said, "This is luck. Unless you reach our level, you won't be able to see through the jade bottle. If there are any heaven-defying treasures, then it's his ability. At least right now, I don't feel that he's using any treasures." The moment Elder Tesso said those words, They all shut up. Even the elders had said so. What else could they say? The three elders also felt helpless. Who would have thought that Tianyun would be able to draw it again? It was one thing to draw it once, but to draw it twice, it really felt like cheating. Either that or his luck was heaven-defying. Chapter 12:19. Tianyun would definitely not be able to see the situation inside the jade bottle, not even with the appraisal eye. There were many divine runes on the jade bottle, making it difficult for those with weak cultivation to see the situation inside. Thus, he had completely relied on luck to get it. Who would have thought that he would be able to get 2 free passes in a row? Even he felt helpless. Thinking about it carefully, his luck was off the charts, so he naturally chose to give up struggling. There's nothing I can do about it. Who asked me to be so lucky? Tianyun felt very helpless. Even if it was an evil spirit puppet, it was still his. As long as he controlled it, it would change the corresponding luck. How could the other evil spirit race have any luck? It would already be good if they weren't unlucky. When Tianyun, who was extremely lucky, joined in, they didn't even have any dregs left. Very quickly, the 12 participants continued to compete. Tianyun was bored on the side and successfully entered the top 7. This time it's time to draw lots to determine the winner. Unless there was an additional participant, they would be able to draw lots until the top 3 appeared. Tianyun reached out and took out the order badge. He saw that there were no numbers on it, proving that he was free. The group of evil spirit race S were flabbergasted, completely dumbfounded. It was one thing for him to explode with luck twice, but why was it the same for the 3rd time? 3 consecutive free passes. He definitely had eyes of penetration. Impossible. This guy must be cheating. There must be some kind of treasure. 3 consecutive free passes. This is too exaggerated. That's right. His luck is good. How can it be this good? 3 consecutive free passes. And he doesn't even need to participate in the competition. This luck, they beat their chests and stamp their feet like gorillas, completely infuriated. How could the difference be so great? Others had to risk their lives to barely defeat their opponents. But now Tianyun was able to advance so easily and even advanced 3 times in a row. How could he not explode with anger? The 3 elders looked at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. It was too terrifying for it to be like this 3 times in a row. Originally, the original intention of this free pass was because there were too many participants, so they used this fair method of drawing lots to determine who would advance. Who knew that it was not fair at all? To draw 3 consecutive free passes. It was not normal, no matter how they looked at it. Do you have some treasure that can see through this jade bottle? Elder Tesso said doubtfully. I'm not saying that I want to disqualify you. I'm just asking about the situation. If Tianyun was disqualified, it would be equivalent to slapping himself in the face. Previously, he said that even if Tianyun has any treasure, it's his own ability. If he was disqualified, wouldn't that be a slap in the face? Elder, I didn't use any treasure to see through this jade bottle. Tianyun said, truthfully, this wasn't a lie, it was the truth. However, how many people would believe this truth was another matter. Tifel to say, I don't believe that he didn't use a treasure to draw 3 times in a row. At this moment, a 5th-level heaven monarch, evil spirit race, stood out, pointed at him, and said angrily he must be using some treasure to advance. This is simply too despicable. You don't need any strength to advance easily. Not only him, but the other contestants were also very unhappy with him. The evil spirit race outside all had a lot of opinions about Tianyun. If this wasn't cheating, then what was? Oh, in that case, why don't you fight with me? Tianyun looked at him coldly. He didn't care what evil spirit race thought of him, but he didn't care at all. Since there was an evil spirit race that was willing to extend his head over, then he would not be courteous. If he could slap them twice, then he would definitely not just slap them once. Good. That's exactly what I wanted. The demonic rock, heavenly monarch's eyes lit up. So many evil spirit races people were looking at him, and the three elders were also looking at him. If he performed well, he would definitely get bonus points. I wonder if the three elders approve of this battle. Tianyan looked at the three elders and asked. Approved. Elder Taiso didn't even think about it and directly approved it. Now that so many of the evil spirit race members had said so, if Tianyan did not display his strength, he would definitely be criticized. At that time, their fairness would be questioned. Soon after, the two of them stood on the stage and faced each other. The demon rock lord of heaven patted his chest and said coldly, "Come, let me see how strong you are. I want to see how fast and strong you are." As you wish. Tianyan did not waste any time with him. His dark saint body burst out, and his entire body emitted a faint black light. As he exploded out with his full power, his power quickly rose. It was like a black crystal as it streaked across the sky, devouring the land. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of his opponent and punched. Boom! When the heavy punch landed, it hit his opponent's palm. The demon rock lord of heaven's body only shook slightly, and he took half a step back. He was not killed by the punch. At this time, the demon rock lord of heaven's body was also shining with a black light. No wonder he dared to be so confident. He was quite capable. In terms of physique, the demon rock lord of heaven was also not bad. So, this is your strength. It's just as a boom. Tianyan did not waste any time and punched again. This time, the power was doubled. The demon rock lord of heaven's palm that was blocking was suddenly bent and slapped on his face. "Get down!" Tianyan roared, and the power of his fist was maximized. Once again, his strength increased, and he punched the demon rock lord of heaven heavily on the ground. The demon rock lord of heaven's entire face was stuck to the ground. He was stunned by Tianyan's punch. He did not expect that Tianyan could still erupt with such powerful strength. But before he could resist, Tianyan stomped down and crushed his head, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Although it was not to the extent of an instant kill, this situation was no different from an instant kill. The opponent had no strength to resist. Who else has doubts about my strength? No need to choose. Just stand in front of me and challenge me. No, it should be said that the remaining participants can challenge me together. I have no objections at all. If I lose, I will be eliminated. I have no complaints. Tianyan looked at the remaining participants and said with a cold smile, "One-on-one isn't the ability of a son of God. Defeating one is an ability. Only by defeating all of you at the same time, I feel that I have the qualifications to become a son of God." Tianyan's provocation made the remaining 5 people thoroughly furious. They did not expect that Tianyan would provoke them like this. 1 against 5, wasn't this courting death? Chapter 12:20. Tianyan's request really shocked them, and they wondered if he had been kicked in the head. Either that, or he was too arrogant and conceited. This was 5 powerhouses, not 1. If it was 1 powerhouse, they could still deal with it, but if 5 of them joined forces, it would be extremely difficult to deal with them. Although many evil spirit race members admired Tianyan's domineering attitude, this was really too unwise. They had to admit that Tianyan's words were indeed a little emotional. 1-on-1 wasn't about ability. 1 against 5, and 1 in the end. This was the real Son of God. The strongest Son of God needed to be strong enough, and not just a little bit weaker than the second place. The three elders looked at each other. They didn't expect such a situation to occur. They had to admit that even they felt that Tianyun was a little too arrogant, a powerhouse with the cultivation of a first-stage Lord of Heaven against 5/5 and 6th-stage Lord of Heaven. The difficulty could be imagined. The gap was already shocking enough. Even if he had just killed one Lord of Heaven, challenging 5 now was really too arrogant. It was good to have confidence, but being too arrogant would be overestimating one's capabilities. Are you that confident? At this time, Elder Soul Cloud, who didn't talk much, looked at him with burning eyes. Yes, if I lose, it will be my own responsibility. I'm not capable enough, and I'm overestimating myself. Tianyun smiled indifferently, revealing a sense of confidence. Elder Soul Cloud nodded and said, "Okay, then I'll let you try." "Thank you, Elder." Tianyun's eyes flickered with a cold light. He naturally wouldn't overestimate himself. He just wanted to prove how strong he was so that they would admire him more. There was no point in being low-key here. It should be said that he definitely wouldn't be low-key in such an occasion. Low-key meant that he would be eliminated and not be accepted. Only the strong would be respected, and the weak would only be despised by others. Elder Soul Cloud's words immediately caused an uproar among the evil spirit race. Tianyun really did this. This was no longer a provocation, but looking down on the 5 opponents in front of him. This kind of arrogance and conceit made them shake their heads, feeling extremely speechless. 1 against 5. Even if he's strong, the other 5 contestants are also very strong. If I can challenge 2 of them at the same time, it would still be acceptable. I can still prove that I'm very strong. Yeah, a 1v2 is already amazing, but he still wants to 1v5. That's not rational. Perhaps he was blinded by victory and thought that he was invincible and didn't fear anyone. More importantly, he wanted to show off in front of the elders. If he lost, he would really be embarrassed to death. No, I should say he's dead meat. The duel was still a competition of life and death. If he survived, he might still lose some face. However, with 5 competitors surrounding him, how could he escape? Wouldn't he be blasted to smithereens? Therefore, when Tianyun decided to do this, they felt that Tianyun was dead for sure. Moreover, he would be dead to the point where nothing would be left. This could be seen from the flames in the eyes of the 5 competitors. They were extremely angry. This was like the feeling of being looked down on, which made them feel a little humiliated. The key was that the elders had agreed. This meant that the elders thought highly of Tianyun's ability and that he could challenge the 5 of them. Elder Soul Cloud, have you really decided? Elder Tesso looked at Elder Soul Cloud doubtfully. He felt that this was a little reckless. It would be good if it was a 1v2 or a 1v3, but now it was a 1v5. How could he continue? I can see some confidence in his eyes. Since he has this confidence, let him give it a try. Elder Soul Cloud said indifferently, I've never rejected this kind of seemingly arrogant junior. If he wins, it's not arrogance. If he loses, it's true arrogance. The other 2 elders nodded helplessly. Since Elder Yunhan had said so, they chose to agree with him. Immediately, Elder Soul Cloud looked at Tianyun and said, Since you have chosen to fight 1 against 5, do you have any special requests? I can satisfy you. For example, weapons or anything else. As long as it's within reason, I will satisfy you. There was such a huge difference in cultivation, and he still wanted to fight 1 against 5. If he couldn't even satisfy this, how could he compete? Thank you, Elder, but there's no need for that for now. I have my own weapon. Of course, Tianyun had equipment. Whether it was the evil demon god set or the ancient desolate set, they could all be equipped on the evil spirit puppet. Wouldn't these be enough to crush the other treasures? unless they gave him a heavenly Tao weapon. The problem was, would they give it to him? Definitely not. At most, they would give him a superior grade reincarnation weapon. These weren't enough. All right, let's see what you're capable of. Elder Cloud Soul laughed. Now let the competition begin. The other 5 contestants were already prepared. As soon as the order was given, the 5 contestants roared and took out their strongest weapons. They even unleashed their most powerful ultimate techniques and attacked in a frenzy. Their anger poured out in torrents. The power they displayed now was more for the sake of showing off their abilities. They wanted to kill the arrogant Yi Tianyun. You'll die for being arrogant. Mother asterisk her. You actually dared to fight 5 at once. I alone can kill you. I'd like to see what you're capable of. Their hearts were filled with extreme dissatisfaction as they roared angrily. The power that erupted from their bodies was also at its peak. More than a dozen arms behind their backs danced wildly. Some of them held more than a dozen weapons and slashed over. They all wanted to chop Yi Tianyun into minced meat to vent their hatred. Just in time. Yi Tianyun roared at the sky. The ancient desolate suit and the evil spirit's suit were all unleashed. After the evil spirit's suit was unleashed, a black light shot up from his body. In the next moment, he transformed into a gigantic evil demon deity. The 14 arms on his back were like black pillars that could hold up the sky. After transforming into the evil demon deity, he quickly threw out more than a dozen superior-grade reincarnation weapons. He grabbed all of them in his hands and looked extremely shocking. The crowd outside was stunned. More than a dozen superior-grade reincarnation weapons. No wonder he didn't need Elder Soul Cloud's weapons. He had a terrifying amount of wealth compared to his opponents, who only had a few superior-grade reincarnation weapons. He had completely crushed them. Just one person had already surpassed the 5 of them in terms of wealth. What was wealth? This was true wealth. The key was to transform into this evil demon deity and give him long-range attacks. Chapter 1221. Let alone 5. Even if there are 10 of us, we can still finish you all. Yi Tianyun laughed as he swung the weapon in his hand. Every time he swung, countless sword or saber lights swept forward. The pitch-black sword or saber lights were like the Grim Reaper's scythe, slicing towards their heads. Countless rays of light seemed to have gone berserk, continuously slashing towards them. When they got close, they were forced to retreat by the light rays. They had to quickly block the attacks, and it was enough to make them suffer. So strong. When they received the attacks, they were forced to take a few steps back. The violent power did not seem like the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven Level 1. It was more like the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven Level 5, or even higher. Yi Tianyun was wearing the Evil Devil God set, and with the support of so many weapons, he also had the Ancient Desolate set, which could increase his strength and power by a lot. Just this alone was enough to crush them. If not for the title of the #1 earthly monarch of all time, they would have been lying on the ground. This title could only be used by the person himself. It could not be used on the evil spirit puppets. However, it was enough for them to wear the set. First one. Yi Tianyun suddenly appeared in front of a weaker participant and slashed down with his sword. The opponent screamed in pain, and before he could even beg for mercy, he was already cut in half. The first opponent was easily taken care of. In the next moment, Yi Tianyun killed another opponent that was closer to him and slashed his sword down again. Second one. The opponent used his weapon to block, but it was useless. Under the random slashes, he was cut into several pieces. In the blink of an eye, 2 opponents were killed. This scene caused the crowd to gasp. 5 against 1, and they were still killed. Do you know how to play? It was not that they did not know how to play. but Yi Tianyan was too heaven-defying. Perfect defense, perfect attack, perfect speed. Regardless of which, he was several levels stronger than them. So what if his cultivation was not as good as theirs? He had a pile of treasures to crush them. Third one, Yi Tianyun's tall and sturdy body appeared in front of one of the competitors. With a heavy slash of his sword, he easily defeated the competitor. Now that it was 1 against 2, it was as easy as chopping vegetables. The remaining 2 contestants were scared out of their wits. Although they were slightly stronger than the other 3 contestants, they were not much stronger overall. Now that the 3 of them had been easily killed, it would be their turn. How can he be so strong? They were almost scared to tears, but what could they do? Run. Choosing to leave the arena was equivalent to admitting defeat. But with so many clansmen watching, if he admitted defeat, wouldn't he be unable to raise his head? But if he didn't admit defeat, he would definitely die. Ah! Another blood-curdling scream rang out. Only one remained of the 2. This made the originally hesitant contestants run out of the arena, wanting to escape from the battle. As he was running, Yi Tianyun's burly figure was already in front of him. "Where do you want to go?" Yi Tianyan smiled. This smile looked extremely demonic, and when the contestant saw it, he felt as if his heart was about to stop. I admit defeat." The contestant trembled as he shouted these words. "Sorry, there's no such thing as admitting defeat in my place." Yi Tianyan slashed down with his sword. The contestant tried his best to block, but how could he compare to his powerful physique? His physique was already strong enough, and with the support of his equipment, his power was enough to crush them. This time, all 5 contestants had been killed, causing all the evil spirit race to be stunned. The entire process had only lasted for a short while. The originally impossible challenge had been completed so easily, and it was even in an absolutely crushing manner. Compared to Yi Tianyun's strength, they were even more emotional, and that was that treasures were very important. After the battle ended, Yi Tianyan quickly retracted his treasure and returned to his original appearance. Then he said to the 3 elders, "I did not disappoint you. I have successfully defeated the other opponents." This was no longer a defeat, but a kill. The difference between defeat and kill was only one word, but the result was like heaven and earth. The 3 elders were all shocked, and their hearts trembled. In their opinion, even if Yi Tianyan could deal with them, he would have to spend a lot of effort. But now, they had all guessed wrongly. Yi Tianyan had used absolute strength to crush them, and he had so many treasures, causing them to be dazzled. Although it was not very high level, compared to the same level, it was already very shocking. "Why do you have so many treasures?" Elder Tesso quickly regained his senses. "I snatched this from the divine realm." Yi Tianyan said simply and rudely, "To be able to snatch so many treasures, it seems that your abilities are not bad." Elder Tesso nodded in satisfaction and did not feel disgusted by this. Not only would they not object, they would instead support this kind of behavior. Otherwise, Fanyu would not be so chaotic. To them, the strong preyed on the weak was a normal thing, so they were extremely supportive of their actions. "Not bad, not bad. Now that the divine son has been chosen, it's you." Elder Soul Cloud pointed at him and smiled in satisfaction. After this announcement, the evil spirit race outside cheered, all acknowledging Yi Tianyan. To be able to kill 5 contestants in a row proved his strength, which made them admire him even more. Too strong. I thought he was overestimating himself. Who knew that he would really succeed? Now, the goddess will belong to him. I'm so envious. Not only will he get the goddess, but he will also get supreme glory. But all of this is what he deserves. He is really too strong. All of them were full of admiration, and their previous doubtful attitudes were swept away. They all thought that Etianyan was the strongest. He truly deserved to be called a god's son. Etianyan was not happy at all. After all, he did not like this method very much. Such a cruel elimination system made one's heart turn cold just thinking about it. Although this method could select the truly outstanding disciples, they were definitely cold and heartless disciples. To be able to escape from so many evil spirit race, they were all baptized in blood. One could imagine the cruelty. "Thank you for your recognition, Elder." Etianyan cupped his hands and said, "I have to say that you are the most outstanding divine son in history. There has never been anyone who challenged 5 contestants in one go." Elder Tesso smiled faintly and said, "However, you will have a small test later. Let's see if you can succeed." "There's a test?" Etianyan frowned. Didn't he defeat everyone? Why was there a test? "Actually, this test is very simple. Just take her away and see how much effort you have to put in to control her." Elder Tesso pointed at the goddess and said, Chapter 12:22, "Take the goddess away." Etianyan looked towards the goddess and happened to meet her gaze. Her gaze was still filled with disgust and disgust. So what if he got first place? She was still filled with disgust and disgust. If her opinion of him had improved, then he would have been damned. There was only one way to resolve the damage caused by the evil spirit race to the divine spirit race, and that was to exterminate the evil spirit race. The divine spirit race had always been captured and imprisoned, and now they had even been reduced to slaves and tools for reproduction. It was impossible for her to have a good impression of them. That's right, the goddess's cultivation is not low. It won't be easy for you to take her away. Elder Tesso smiled and said, "I remember that last time it took that brat a month to bring the goddess away." Many of the evil spirit race nodded. Some of them had seen it several times and were very interested in it. This was like a small game after a competition to entertain them. Etianyan immediately understood what was going on. The goddess's cultivation was indeed not bad. She had the cultivation of the Lord of Heaven level 8. It seemed like she was imprisoned, but that was only because she was suppressed by the Divine Lord's power. Most of her power was not suppressed, especially the holy light emitted from her body. This was the light attribute energy, which was quite harmful to the evil spirit race. Thus, he had to suppress it completely. Otherwise, forget about taking it away. He wouldn't even be able to touch it. So that's how it is. Etianyan lifted his foot and walked towards the goddess, and soon he was in front of her. Looking at the goddess from a close distance, she looked even more beautiful. It seemed that it was because of the light attribute that she looked so holy. The more holy she was, the more the evil spirit race wanted to sully her. The goddess stared at him coldly, but she did not say anything. It was unknown if she was unable to speak because she was imprisoned or if she did not want to speak. This holy light is indeed powerful, but I can still endure it. Etianyan was not afraid at all. The evil spirit puppet had consumed the dark spirit fruit before, so it had a suppressive effect in this aspect. In addition to the evil demon god set, it could suppress this holy power even more. Unless the goddess's cultivation was a level higher, she would be able to easily suppress it. Shortly after, he sized up the goddess's body, and the holy light quickly enveloped her, causing the surface of the evil spirit puppet's body to burn. It was as if he had been scorched by fire. The power of suppression was astonishing. However, it just so happened that the opposing power could strengthen the evil spirit race's bloodline. This had to be said to be a strange phenomenon. However, if he thought about it carefully, he would feel that it was normal. Light conquers darkness. It seemed like there was no mistake. Actually, more often than not, light begets darkness, and darkness begets light. This was a deeper level of power. When combined, it could increase the power of the bloodline. In normal battles, it was true that they were a bit of a counter to each other, but in terms of combining them, they were able to reach a perfect level. After hugging the goddess, Zhang Xian's powerful dark energy began to suppress her. Soon, the divine light released by the goddess was easily suppressed. It seemed that there was no longer any damage. That's enough. Yi Tianyan smiled and looked at the goddess in his arms. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disgust and despair. After her power was suppressed, it meant that she would be slaughtered by the evil spirit race in front of her. In the end, she would even have to give birth to their child. That was even more disgusting. The most terrifying thing was that she could not refuse. So fast. They were stunned again, but they immediately understood what was going on. There was no doubt that the dark spirit fruit was of great help. The dark spirit fruit was a dark attribute, divine fruit. After consuming it, one's dark attribute would be greatly enhanced. Since it was stronger than the goddess's holy light, they could naturally easily control it. I thought I would make a fool of myself. I didn't expect it to be settled in one go. Looks like their next generation will definitely be a super genius. Yi Tianyun's ability to easily subdue the goddess's energy made their eyes light up. Just think about it. With such violent power and astonishing talent, the next generation would definitely be astonishing. Moreover, the next generation that they had given birth to before was already very good, let alone the descendants of such super geniuses. The other evil spirit race were also shocked, but after the shock, they felt that it was a little boring. They all wanted to see Yi Tianyun make a fool of himself. It was basically like a small game after a big battle. There was no time limit, no failure limit. It was just a very casual attempt. Who would have thought that he would succeed on his first try? It was indeed beyond their expectations. However, it ended too quickly. It was over right away. There was nothing to see at all. Elder, I have already subdued the goddess, Yi Tianyun said with a smile. At the same time, he could feel the goddess in his arms twist slightly, but her strength was not strong. It was just a slight movement. With the support of the elder's power, she was unable to break free from the shackles no matter what. Not bad. Your performance is very good. Now we will appoint you as the divine child of subjugation. Your status is second only to us elders. At the same time, we will arrange for you to go to the Mengling Divine Palace to cultivate and further strengthen yourself to serve our clan. Elder Tesso gave him a pretty good official position, one that was second only to the elders, causing many evil spirit race people to be extremely envious. However, Yi Tianyun deserved it. After all, so many evil spirit race people witnessed Yi Tianyun's strength with their own eyes. Thank you, Elder. Yi Tianyun's eyes flickered. The Mengling Divine Palace was an internal divine palace, and there were even more secrets inside. It was equivalent to a deeper understanding of the evil spirit race's situation, just as he had hoped before. Of course, your most important duty now is to nurture the next generation. Elder Tesso flicked his hand, and a token landed in Yi Tianyun's hand. This is the goddess's imprisonment token. It can suppress her power. Unless you have the power to suppress her, you cannot undo it. Now, I will give this token to you. I hope that you will make good use of it and quickly give birth to the next generation. Yi Tianyun received the token and said with a smile, "Understood, Elder." With this token, he could easily undo the shackles without needing the slightest bit of strength. However, it was impossible for them to become slaves. The goddess would not become slaves. Those slaves would only become slaves after being oppressed or threatened. As for the divine spirit race, they would rather die than become slaves of the evil spirit race. After explaining everything, the godchild selection finally came to an end. The surrounding evil spirit race people left one after another. Tianyun hugged the goddess and flew towards the Mengling divine palace. The elders had already arranged a residence for him, and he would cultivate there after that. In the evil spirit race, the Mengling divine palace was equivalent to the residence of the elders' divine palace. Chapter 12:23. When Tianyun brought the goddess to his residence, he quickly closed the door and observed the inside and outside. At the same time, he also put up several layers of divine runes. This would prevent the evil spirit race from probing in. If they were spied on, it would be troublesome. The goddess opened her eyes and saw that Tianyun was continuously carving divine runes and turning the place inside and out. She felt even more disgusted, especially when she thought about how she would be taken advantage of later. She felt very unwilling and angry. However, no matter how unwilling and angry she was, it was meaningless. She could not resist, nor could she struggle. She could only accept it, and she did not have the strength to resist at all. After preparing everything, Tianyun came in front of the goddess, and the goddess happened to look at him. Her beautiful eyes revealed a bit of anger and disgust. She opened her mouth slightly, but could not say a word. "Want to talk?" When Tianyun saw the goddess open her mouth, he took out the token and slightly removed the restriction on her mouth. As soon as it was removed, the goddess immediately cursed, "You beasts, kill me if you have the ability. You killed my people and absorbed my people's blood essence. You are a group of things that are worse than beasts. Your race is simply disgusting to the extreme. Sooner or later, our divine spirit race will destroy you." After removing the restriction, the goddess immediately vented her anger, and her tone was filled with extreme hatred. However, she could only curse angrily. She could not do anything else and could only vent her anger through her mouth. If words could hurt people, Tianyun would have been sprayed into ashes long ago. Well said. The evil spirit race must be completely eradicated. They are all a group of disgusting fellows. Tianyun said with a smile. The goddess, who originally wanted to continue cursing, was stunned when she heard Tianyun speak like that. Why did he not speak according to the rules? Logically speaking, he should have slapped her, punched her, or kicked her. Even if he did not hit her, he would at least retort a few words. Who knew that he would admit that he was disgusting and deserved to be exterminated? For a moment, she did not know what to say. "What's wrong? You're not going to continue." Of course, Tianyun knew why she was so shocked, but he wanted to hear the goddess continue to vent her anger. He didn't know what else she could say. "Kill me if you can." The goddess closed her eyes. She thought that Tianyun was teasing her. After scolding her enough, he would give her a good beating. Perhaps this was what he liked. "Kill you? Why would I want to kill you?" Tianyun chuckled. Soon after, his figure flashed, and he emerged from the demonic spirit puppet's body. The goddess felt an unfamiliar aura appear beside her. She couldn't help but open her eyes. When she saw that it was a human, she was shocked. Human race? The goddess felt that this was inconceivable. She did not know why there were humans here. It was impossible for the human race to cooperate with the evil spirit race. As a member of the divine spirit race, she naturally knew the situation of the evil spirit race very well. Cooperating with the human race was as uncomfortable as killing them. Was it possible to cooperate with a low-level race? That's right, it's the human race. Tianyun said with a smile, "Later, I'll release your shackles. Don't run around, and don't talk nonsense. Listen to my instructions. You understand?" The goddess looked at him in disbelief. Soon after, she looked at the demonic spirit puppet beside her, indicating what he meant. "You're talking about this guy, right? It's my puppet. To put it bluntly, it's just a puppet. Thanks to this puppet, I was able to successfully sneak in." Otherwise, let alone this place, I probably wouldn't even be able to enter the gate. Eteonyon explained. He took the token and patted her shoulder. Following that, the token's energy enveloped the goddess, and the shackles on her body immediately disappeared. After the goddess released the shackles, she really didn't do anything. After all, she believed him and definitely wouldn't do anything. This is really a puppet. I've never seen such a lifelike puppet before. Even its aura is exactly the same. I know puppeteers, but they can't do this at all. They can look similar, but their auras are difficult to imitate. She walked in front of the demonic spirit puppet and continuously patted it. It really felt exactly the same. That depends on the technique. My unique skill is naturally not bad. Eteonyon randomly made up an excuse. Unique skill. The goddess's beautiful eyes flickered. Teach me your unique skill. If you want anything, just tell me. I'm willing to exchange it with you. To her, as long as she had this unique skill, she would be able to deceive the demonic spirit race. When the time came, she would be able to save her people. Cough, cough. You can't learn this. You need a special ability. Eteonyon coughed lightly. Special ability? What special ability? The goddess was puzzled. In short, you can't learn it. Don't ask any more. Eteonyon said. If you don't say it, how do you know you can't learn it? Although the demonic spirit race is not very strong, at least in terms of cultivation, we are definitely not weaker than other races. The goddess was very confident. There was no martial art that they could not cultivate. Actually, I don't know how to cultivate either. It should be fine. Eteonyon shrugged, helplessly. You're playing with me. The goddess was immediately about to explode. She originally thought that she could obtain a martial art that could kill the demonic spirit race. Who knew that the other party did not have it? I'm just saying it casually. In any case, I can be considered your savior, right? If it really is the demonic spirit race, what do you think the consequences will be? Eteonyon looked at her and smiled. Her face immediately turned pale. If that was really the case, she would not even be able to say half a word. Thank you. As long as you save me, the demonic spirit race will definitely repay you, the goddess said gratefully. Not for now. Eteonyon shook his head. What? The goddess was startled. She asked doubtfully, Didn't you say that you would save me? When did I say that I was going to save you? I just saved you in passing. Eteonyon looked at her and said, If I let you go, how am I going to survive here? I want to infiltrate completely and thoroughly understand the entire demonic spirit race. At that time, I will eradicate them bit by bit. Eteonyon did not mind revealing his plan. After all, the divine spirit race had a good relationship with him. Especially since they were absolute enemies with the demonic spirit race, they would definitely not betray him. What you mean is, by using the position of the godchild, you will be able to obtain more power and then use this power to plan and eliminate those demonic spirit race. The goddess's beautiful eyes lit up. Looks like you're not stupid. If you leave, my position as the godchild will definitely be ruined. So you have to endure it. Since you're with me, no one will be able to touch you. At that time, I can even use this position to save your clansmen. Why not? Eteonyon smiled slightly. The goddess excitedly hugged Eteonyon and said excitedly, This is great. This time, our imprisoned clansmen can be saved. Such an excited goddess caused Eteonyon to cough lightly. Lady goddess, that man and woman should not touch each other. The goddess hurriedly retracted her pretty face, but she quickly recovered. She looked at him and said, Treat it as your reward. What? Eteonyon almost spat out. He looked at her and said, This is still a reward? I think it's better to give some martial arts or something. Chapter 1224. Tianya knew that this was not a reward at all. In fact, she only said that to cover up her embarrassment. However, he did not really want this kind of reward. Was a hug a reward? Wasn't this thinking too highly of him? Don't be so angry. These are not the main points, okay? Let's discuss the plan. Tianyun coughed, indicating that she should not be so agitated. It was just a small joke. The goddess looked at him angrily, but soon after, with a pff sound, she laughed out loud. No matter what, thank you very much. Thank you very much. The dissatisfaction in the goddess's beautiful eyes changed to extreme gratitude. If not for Tianyun, she would have definitely been humiliated. Thinking about it, she felt a lingering fear. There's no need to thank me. You just need to help me, or stay here and don't wander around. That is already the greatest gratitude you can give me. Tianyun laughed. No, I won't just stay here. I want to help. The goddess's eyes flickered with killing intent. She would naturally kill the evil spirit race without mercy. You can help, but if you are discovered not staying here, wouldn't you be exposed? Tianyun frowned. Don't worry about that. Just put me away. It's just like how the evil spirit race owns slaves. Keep them in the living ring. It's not rare to see someone carrying them around. The goddess said with a faint smile, so there's no need to worry about people coming to check on me often. According to their views, I already belong to you, so it's normal for me to be able to bring it with me. Tianyun nodded. That was indeed the case. To put it bluntly, the goddess was equivalent to his slave. There was nothing wrong with bringing her along. All right, we can basically take action now. Let's start by saving your clansmen. This way, it will be easier to work together. Tianyun felt that the best way now was to save the divine spirit race's clansmen. This way, it would be much easier to join forces with the outside world. Against such a colossus, without the support of some power, it would be difficult for him to eliminate it alone. Unless his cultivation was heaven-defying, he would be able to kill it with a single slap. However, his current cultivation level was still relatively weak. It was very difficult for him to deal with a late-stage divine lord, and he might not even be able to beat them. Therefore, the most important thing right now was to first save the people, then fish up a huge amount of experience points, and finally level up his physique, then transcend the tribulation and break through to the Lord of Heaven. As long as he broke through to the Lord of Heaven, everything would be greatly improved. Apart from the increase in his cultivation, he could also purchase a brand new set from the sin market. This was the main point. The effects of the set were so powerful. How could he not exchange for it? I don't know where to save my people. The goddess's excitement immediately cooled down. She had been captured and brought here for so long, but she knew nothing about this place. It was truly sad. All right, it's fine. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go look for it now. Tianyun brought her into the space inside the evil spirit race's body. It was extremely spacious and could accommodate as many people as he wanted. Is this the interior of your puppet? The goddess turned her head and looked around. There were tables and chairs here, and it looked more like a leisure place. That's right. Let's go now. Tianyun controlled the evil spirit puppet to walk outside, and after opening the door, a respectful voice immediately came to his ear. God's son, may I know where you are going? An earthly monarch realm guard stood beside him. Immediately, Tianyun's body flashed and appeared in front of the guard. After looking at the guard was about to shout something, but his eyes became dull. She followed him back into the space, quickly. The goddess still didn't know what was going on. She could see the situation outside, but she didn't know what was going on. Where is the divine spirit race being imprisoned? Tianyun asked directly. I don't know. The guard's words almost made him vomit blood. He didn't know? You don't know? Don't you know the situation of the divine spirit race being imprisoned? Etionyan frowned and asked, I don't know. Only the elders and above know where the divine spirit race is imprisoned. We have no right to know. The guard said truthfully, You don't even know where the deacons are. Etionyan was puzzled. Yes, we don't know. Only the elders know. The guard said affirmatively. Seems like there's no other way. Etionyan smiled bitterly and said, We can only search one by one. We have no idea where the divine spirit race is imprisoned. You got it just like that. What martial art did you use just now? How could he be so obedient? The goddess was shocked. To her, this ability was even more shocking. That's right. Look at me, and you will know what martial art it is. Etionyan looked at her. The goddess didn't avoid his gaze. It seemed like she wanted to learn something from him. Come on, try it quickly. I have never seen such a martial art before. Maybe I can learn it. The goddess said seriously. Etionyan shrugged, helplessly. This guy really wanted to learn other people's skills. Forget it. Not everyone can control it, Etionyan said in a deep voice. Now that the information is cut off, we can only find it ourselves. I see. The goddess's eyes dimmed. She was a little disappointed. Her interest immediately sank. Compared to these abilities, she was more concerned about the situation of her people. Don't worry. I will take a look first. Etionyan took out the evil spirit race's map. The names of the major places were clearly marked on it. The place where the divine spirit race was imprisoned was undoubtedly similar to a dungeon. After looking at it, the names were all very artistic. It was really hard to tell which was the prison. This, where you were imprisoned before, is there anything special about it? Etionyan looked up at the goddess and asked, Characteristics? Huh? In order to suppress our power, they chose a place with a very dense darkness attribute, basically sealing off all the places, and even more ruthlessly suppressing our power. Other than that, there are no clues. She shook her head. No matter how hard she tried to remember, it was useless. She was imprisoned all the time. A place with a very strong dark attribute. Etionyan glanced at it and quickly locked onto several places. However, he didn't know where it was. He thought he would find it immediately. He didn't expect there to be so many choices. By the way, tell me the name of your clansman, Etionyan said as he thought about the evil spirit wheel that he got from the evil spirit wheel. Name. My name is Ji Shualian. Just call me Shualian. Ji Shualian smiled. Etionyan's face darkened. He couldn't help but slap her forehead. I asked for the name of your people, not your name. Chapter 1225. After being slapped on the head, Ji Shualian laughed awkwardly. I myself can be considered a member of the divine spirit race. And why do you know the name of my clansmen? Even if I tell them my name, they won't let me go. I know they definitely won't let you go, but right now, I just want to ask for your name. The more special the name of your clansman, the better, the stranger the name, the better. Or, do you have their belongings on you? Or, do you have their belongings? That's even better. The evil spirit will search for people either by name or by wearing something. After all, if the name was the same, it would not be easy to find. Wearing something, I have this. Ji Shualian took out a small jade pendant and handed it to Etionyan, saying, This is my brother's jade pendant. After I was dragged out, he gave this jade pendant to me, saying that it was a protective talisman and that he hoped that I would be safe and sound. Her eyes reddened as she said sadly, I wonder how my brother is doing now. I hope he's fine. Etionyan took the jade pendant and comforted her. It's definitely fine. I have to say that it has indeed blessed you with your safety. Otherwise, you would have ended up like the other goddesses and become their reproduction tool. Ji Shuilian's face paled. That was indeed the case. Thinking about it carefully, she felt a sense of fear. Following that, Yi Tianyun placed the jade pendant into the evil spirit wheel. Very quickly, the evil spirit wheel released a light. Following that, a guiding force appeared and pulled him forward. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. There was no doubt that there would be a clue soon. There's a clue, let's go. Yi Tianyun immediately controlled the evil spirit puppet to fly forward. At the same time, he controlled the guard to stand there obediently, no different from before. Along the way, when the guards saw him, they would greet him respectfully. They really treated this place as their own home. No one would think that he was a fake, so the journey was smooth sailing. If he had appeared in his original body, he would have been seen long ago. His original body was very strong, but there were so many evil spirit races here, and they were heavily guarded. There was no way he could hide from their detection. In particular, there were quite a number of god lords. If there was a slight flaw, it would be discovered. "Did you find my little brother?" Ji Shuilian hurriedly asked. "There's a clue. Whether it's true or not, we'll know soon enough." Yi Tianyun followed the pulling force and flew forward. Soon, he left the temple and flew towards another region. Although he had left the shrine, the guards outside were not bad. It was comfortable to have the evil spirit puppets. After flying for a while, he passed through a few regions and arrived at a strange region, Moonluan City. No matter how he thought about it, he could never have imagined that the god spirit race would be imprisoned here. Moonluan City was a gathering place for the royal family. To put it bluntly, it was a place where a bunch of evil spirit race members with extremely pure bloodlines lived. The status here was undoubtedly higher, and relatively speaking, the security here was even tighter. Of course, no matter how strict the guards were, they would all give way to someone of his status. "Divine Son, welcome to Moonluan City." When the guards checked his identity token, they immediately welcomed him respectfully. The bloodline of the chosen divine sons might not be equal to that of royalty, but it was definitely not bad. His status was second only to the elders. How bad could it be? After entering, he followed the guiding force and went forward to investigate. He had only taken a few steps when he heard a powerful voice. "Divine Son? I never thought that the Divine Son would come to Moonluan City. His appearance is really handsome. His tall and sturdy body is filled with explosive power. It's really great." Yi Tianyun turned his head to look. The tall and sturdy evil spirit race was looking at him with shining eyes. Actually, this was a female evil spirit race, and she looked like a young girl who was infatuated with him. Sizing him up, the evil spirit race stuck close to him, and his sturdy muscles collided with his arm. He blinked his eyes and smiled. "Divine Son, do you want to make a trip to my residence? Your bloodline shouldn't be given to that slut. You should give some to us." She stretched out her hand and stroked his chest, feeling a little tempting. In reality, it was not tempting at all. Instead, it made him feel nauseous. Why was it that both men and women of the evil spirit race looked so tall and sturdy? Especially since he was winking at him, he had the urge to kill someone. "Cough, cough. Thank you for your good intentions, but there's no need for now." Yi Tianyun trembled slightly and left her embrace. He did not dare to make a move here. Whether it was the surrounding evil spirit race or her identity, he could not casually touch them. Moonluan City was the place where the royal family lived, and there were more females here. The evil spirit race in front of him had a cultivation of the 7th level of the Lord of Heaven, so he believed that his status was definitely not simple. Especially since there were 2 followers behind him, it was even more obvious that she was not simple. "Divine Son, don't tell me you don't even give me a chance?" Her huge eyes were filled with pity, causing Yi Tianyun's scalp to go numb. If it was a delicate young girl, he might have been soft-hearted. Seeing such a rough physique and voice, he couldn't soften his heart no matter what. Thank you for your good intentions, but I have something important to do now. We'll talk about it next time. After he finished speaking, Yi Tianyun turned around and ran. How could he dare to stay any longer? If he was really dragged away, he would definitely be disgusted to death. After he fled, as if he was flying, she did not chase after him. Instead, she said hatefully, "Those divine spirit race bitches are so easily bewitched. As long as we capture that divine spirit race, all of them will look like they have lost their souls and want to find divine spirit race women. Let's go back and viciously torture those bitches to vent our anger." "Yes, Princess Tiange." The follower beside her nodded and respectfully followed beside her. After getting rid of Princess Tiange, Yi Tianyun continued to follow the pulling force and walked forward. The further he went, the stronger the feeling became, proving that Ji Shuilian's younger brother was willing to be nearby. The strange thing was that no one recognized him along the way. Only that Princess Tiange from before recognized him. It seemed that not all of the evil spirit race had gone to watch that great battle. Only a portion of them had gone to watch, and some of them were not interested at all. Naturally, they would not recognize him. In addition, this was the residence of the imperial family, so they were even more arrogant and did not pay much attention to these things. Therefore, it was quite normal that they did not know him. Occasionally, there would be one or two who knew him, but most of them did not know him. This was especially so for the men. They could not be bothered to pay attention to him. Instead, it was the women who paid more attention to him. They also wanted to give birth to outstanding descendants, and the divine son was undoubtedly very attractive to them. However, just because they liked him did not mean that Yi Tianyun liked him. As he followed the pulling force forward, he quickly arrived at the foot of a mansion. He raised his head and saw a few large words engraved on it. Heavenly Grid Mansion? Could it be? Chapter 1226. Heavenly Grid Palace. What a coincidence. Yi Tianyun's face darkened. He didn't want to touch her anymore after knowing that she was a princess. Although he hated the evil spirit race, he couldn't kill just because of her identity. He didn't want to cause any chaos. From the looks of it, it was a mistake not to make a move. From the looks of it, the Heavenly Grid Palace was still imprisoning the divine spirit race. But from the looks of it, it wasn't a special place to imprison them. There was only one possibility. As a princess, she had captured a few divine spirit race beings and brought them to her house. What's wrong? Did you find my brother? Ji Shuilian was confused when she saw Yi Tianyun standing there in a daze. I found him. He's in the Heavenly Grid Palace, Yi Tianyun said. In the Heavenly Grid Palace. Ji Shuilian's eyes lit up. She didn't expect to find him so quickly. The evil spirit race had so many cities. It would be very difficult to find her brother here. She found him so easily in such a short time. How could she not be surprised? But you have to be mentally prepared. After saying that, Yi Tianyun quickly found a place to hide. At the same time, he put away the evil spirit puppet. He wouldn't use the evil spirit puppet to sneak in. If he was discovered, it would be troublesome. Although he could escape, the evil spirit puppet would be wasted. He wouldn't do such a thing. He had experienced the convenience of the evil spirit puppets. They could easily walk into so many areas, and the guards didn't stop them at all. If it was any other evil spirit race, they wouldn't even be able to step into the Moon Luan city. Ji Shuilian was silent. She knew what Yi Tianyun meant. She had to be mentally prepared if anything happened to her brother. This wasn't a prison cell. He was caught by accident. As for whether he had just been caught or had been here for a while, she wasn't sure. After the two came out, Etianyan said to her, "Don't struggle. Stay in the living ring. I'll let you out after I go in. You want to sneak in yourself? You're just an earth monarch. I'm the Lord of Heaven. Go in." Etianyan said. Ji Shuilian was silent for a moment before she nodded her head and said, "I'll listen to you." She did not resist and was sucked into the living creature ring. It was undeniable that Ji Shuilian's cultivation was relatively strong, but for him, his concealment ability was only effective here. After that, he began to investigate the heavenly grid mansion. After a quick scan, the appraisal, I was able to clearly see most of the situation inside. There were quite a number of experts inside. There were quite a few experts from the Lord of Heaven, but there were no divine monarchs. Since she was called the Heavenly Grid Princess, there would definitely be a divine monarch in the Heavenly Grid residence. In the evil spirit race, those who had the cultivation of a divine lord were basically equivalent to elders. As the daughter of an elder, it was not strange for her to be addressed as a princess. Furthermore, she was of royal blood, so she was naturally worthy of being addressed as a princess. There are no god lords. Etianyan's eyes lit up. If there were no god lords, then there was no need for him to worry. The divine lord was the biggest problem now. It was not that the divine lord was very powerful, but that he could not kill him instantly. If he did not kill him instantly, he would attract the attention of the surrounding people. Then it would become extremely troublesome. Hence, he was confident that he could kill him instantly if he was within the divine lord level. Especially when he launched a sneak attack, he could easily kill him. After that, his figure gradually disappeared. He immediately used the concealment divine skill. His concealment divine skills level was not considered high, but only those with cultivation above the 5th level of the Lord of Heaven would have a chance of discovering him. This chance of discovering him was not something that could be discovered just by using one's spiritual sense. Instead, as one's cultivation increased, it would become easier to detect him. If one was at the 6th or 7th level of the Lord of Heaven, although they could detect him, it would be difficult to detect him if there were no unusual movements. If one wanted to easily destroy his concealment divine skill, it would be difficult to see through it unless they were at the divine lord level. The strongest person in the heavenly grid mansion was only at the 6th level of the Lord of Heaven. To him, it was not difficult at all. Then, an invisible figure flipped over the wall of the heavenly grid mansion and easily slipped into the heavenly grid mansion. As soon as he entered, he happened to meet a strong person from the Lord of Heaven. He seemed to be walking around in boredom. He did not sense any unusual movements around him. Etianyan's eyes turned cold. He quickly flashed behind the Lord of Heaven. A long spear appeared in his hand, and he pierced through the Lord of Heaven's chest. Although the Lord of Heaven's chest was pierced through, he did not die. However, a surge of power instantly exploded in his chest. Even his body exploded and turned into a pile of blood mist. He had used almost all his strength and compressed most of the power into a single point. Naturally, he could kill someone instantly. Even if it was the Lord of Heaven, he would still die. He waved his hand, and the blood mist was quickly collected. There was no trace of it at all. It could be said that no one had noticed it. If he did not even have this ability, there was no need for him to enter. Oh, there is an energy fluctuation? At this time, the evil spirit race, who was in one of the houses, suddenly felt a slight fluctuation coming from the side. As it was too close, he could more or less feel it. Although Etianyan was very careful, there was still a little energy fluctuation. However, it was precisely because it was too little that it would only attract one strong person to sense it, and it was because it was too close. If it was anyone else, they would probably even feel it in this area. Etianyan also felt the evil spirit race coming over. His figure quickly disappeared and hid to the side. Following closely behind, a sixth-stage Heaven Monarch expert walked out of the house and looked around suspiciously. That's strange. I clearly felt a trace of an unfamiliar wave just now. Why is there nothing going on? He scratched his head. When he saw that there was nothing, he turned around and was about to return to his room. The moment he turned around, a figure appeared behind him and another spear pierced through him. The evil spirit race immediately felt a sense of danger coming from behind him. By the time he turned around, it was already too late. Not only did Tianyan erupt with all his strength, he also suppressed the other party's heavenly energy. In an instant, more than half of the other party's heavenly energy was suppressed, and his cultivation was reduced by a lot. He could not resist at all. Under the suppression, even the speed at which he turned around to resist was much slower. Therefore, without any surprise, the terrifying divine spear pierced through his body. Just like before, Tianyan twisted the spear in his hand with all his might. Under the rapid rotation, it turned into a pile of blood mist. Tianyan moved very quickly, and the blood mist was quickly sucked away, leaving no trace behind. Another Lord of Heaven was easily dealt with. Originally, there were only 3 Lord of Heaven in the heavenly grid residence, but in the blink of an eye, half of them were gone. At the same time, he left a trace of fluctuation. This time, he deliberately left it behind. As expected, this slight fluctuation immediately attracted the attention of the experts in the distance, and they quickly came out of the room. Strange, I clearly felt a fluctuation. Before he finished speaking, a cold light pierced through his chest, and everything ended like dust falling to the ground. The 3 Lord of Heaven in the heavenly grid residence were easily dealt with, and there was not a single strong guard in the heavenly grid residence. Chapter 1227. The Lord of Heaven of the heavenly character house was easily taken care of. What was left was for Tianyan to swagger in. There was no problem at all. The most difficult to deal with was the Lord of Heaven. As for the earthly lords, he had the number 1 earthly lord in all of history. Why would he be afraid of them? The power of the heavenly law could turn even earthly lords into trash. They did not even have the chance to beg for mercy, let alone escape. Therefore, after dealing with them, he went straight to the place where they were imprisoned. He swaggered in and killed every earthly lord he saw. Since they were all easily taken care of, and he could earn some experience points, why not? Soon, he came to the place that the traction force had led him to, the secret room that led underground. Before he even went down, he felt a thick, dark element energy surging up from below, and it was very strong. This feeling was definitely not something that an ordinary expert could create. To him, only someone with a cultivation level of at least a divine lord could create such a thing. But thinking about it, it was very normal. There was a divine lord here. How could he not create this secret room? Then he quickly went down. The deeper he went, the stronger the dark element energy became. Without a doubt, there was a dark core buried below. This was not surprising. As the residence of a divine lord, it was very normal for there to be a dark core buried below. When he reached the depths, there was a heavy door. However, this door did not need any key. It only needed to be lightly tapped on the wall, and the door made a rumbling sound and slowly rose up. The first thing he sensed wasn't the Azura hell, but the strong smell of blood drifting over from within. Then he saw a few figures nailed to the metal frame. The nails on their bodies were not ordinary nails, but made of dark element materials. The ones nailed to the frame were not from any race, but the divine spirit race. There were both men and women. Golden blood kept flowing out of the nails. Unexpectedly, the blood of the divine spirit race was a light gold color. This blood was also glowing with a faint white light. It looked like it was filled with light element energy. "Kill us if you can, you disgusting race. Our clansmen will avenge us." When they saw someone come in, they immediately started shouting. But when they saw who it was, they were dumbfounded. The one who entered was not the evil spirit race, but the human race. He was extremely shocked. Yi Tianyun's gaze immediately locked onto one of them. He looked very similar to Ji Shuilian, and was undoubtedly Ji Shuilian's younger brother. Human race? When they caught sight of Yi Tianyun, all of them were dumbfounded. For a human to appear here, this was simply inconceivable. After Yi Tianyun glanced ahead, he stretched out his hand, and Ji Shuilian popped out of the living ring. "What? Have you found my little brother?" As Ji Shuilian was in the living ring, she did not know much about the outside world. It was unlike the evil spirit puppet space, where she could see what was happening outside. Sister. Ji Shuilian heard a shocked voice, causing her to subconsciously look over. When she saw the cruel scene before her, her eyes reddened, and she immediately rushed forward. "Little brother." She quickly arrived in front of her younger brother, Ji Tianzi, and looked up and down at the nails on Ji Tianzi's body. Then she looked at the nails on her companion's body. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she was even more furious. "Who did this to you?" She gritted her teeth, and intense anger gushed out from her beautiful eyes. Her slender hands could still erupt with astonishing power. "It's that Princess Tian Ge. She ordered people to capture us. Not only did she torture us, she even released our blood essence to bathe herself." Ji Tianzi thought for a moment, then hurriedly said, "Sister, hurry up and escape. This is the Divine Lord's mansion. If that Divine Lord comes back, you won't be able to escape. Big sister won't escape. I'll bring you guys out." Ji Shuilian's eyes were bloodshot. How could she abandon her brother and escape? Then she sized up the nails on their bodies and immediately analyzed, "This is a dark stone nail, something that can suppress our strength. It's not difficult to take it out. I'll help you take it out now." Ji Shuilian reached out and grabbed the dark stone nail. Following that, a surging force came out from the dark stone nail and shook her small hand away. As expected of the Divine Lord's power, a group of damned evil spirit race. Ji Shuilian angrily grabbed the dark stone nail and pulled it out fiercely. The power inside started to rebound, injuring her small hand and causing blood to flow down her arm. However, Ji Shuilian didn't mind. As if she didn't feel anything at all, she continued to pull out the dark stone nail. When he pulled it out, Ji Tianzi frowned and said worriedly, "Sister, let's hurry up and leave. If we're late, it'll be too late. This dark stone nail has a reaction. If you pull it out, Princess Tiangu will know." "I'm not leaving. If I don't save you, I won't leave." Ji Shuilian gritted her teeth and slowly pulled out the dark stone nail. Due to the problem of mutual restraint, her small hand was constantly being corroded by the energy on it, but she still endured the pain and forcefully pulled it out. Even she wouldn't be able to pull out this dark stone nail that had been strengthened by the Divine Lord's power. Especially after being imprisoned for so long, his strength had been weakened, making it even more difficult to pull out. After pulling out one, she planned to continue pulling out the second. At this moment, her delicate hand was already dripping with blood, as if it had been burnt. "Elder sister." Ji Tianzi felt his heart ache when he saw how hard his sister was working. "To you, the restraining effect is too severe. It's an existence that completely restrains you." Yi Tianyun picked up a dark stone nail and examined it carefully. "That's for sure. These fellows from the evil spirit race have always been studying how to suppress us and control our divine spirit race. As long as we are suppressed by this dark stone nail, we won't be able to unleash our strength." Just as Ji Shuilian was about to continue pulling out the second dark stone nail, Yi Tianyun grabbed her wrist. signaling her to stop. "Let me take it. It can restrain you, but it won't restrain me." After Tianyun finished speaking, he reached out to grab the dark stone nail and pulled it out. Although he didn't have a light attribute physique, the power of the Divine Lord's blessing would still rebound. However, he didn't care at all. He quickly pulled it out and forcefully pulled out the dark stone nail with his violent strength. Humph! Tianzi let out a painful groan, feeling some pain. After being nailed here for so long, pulling it out would definitely hurt a little. Chapter 1228. As Tianyun continued to pull out the heavenly grid mansion, a roar came from behind him. "You intruders! How dare you break into my heavenly grid mansion? Holy Lady, why are you here?" The one who came down was Princess Heavenly Grid. When she saw the Holy Lady, she was shocked. Everyone knew that the Holy Lady was in the possession of the Divine Sun. Now that the Holy Lady came down alone, it meant that she either ran away or committed the crime together. However, when she looked around, she didn't see the Divine Sun. She said angrily, "No wonder I saw the Divine Sun wandering around here. It's you, bitch. I don't know how you escaped. If I catch you now and hand you over to the Divine Sun, he will definitely look at me in a different light." Princess Heavenly Grid immediately thought that Ji Shuilian escaped on her own and wasn't released by Tianyun. Normally, people wouldn't think so. The evil spirit race and the divine spirit race were like fire and water. How could they work together? Moreover, they couldn't see anyone here, so it was even more unlikely that they were working together. When Princess Heavenly Grid came down, their faces changed. Princess Heavenly Grid's cultivation was not low. She was at the 6th level of the Lord of Heaven. She was a bit weaker than Ji Shuilian. However, Ji Shuilian wasn't in her best condition, so it was impossible for her to fight with Princess Heavenly Grid. "Oh no, I've been discovered." Ji Shuilian's face turned pale, and she shouted, "You guys leave quickly, I'll stop her." "Still want to escape? If you can escape from me, I'm not the princess of Heavenly Grid Palace." She slapped the wall with her thick palm, and the heavy door closed slowly. As long as the door wasn't opened, they wouldn't be able to escape. After the door was closed, she waved her hand and tried to catch Ji Shuilian. Ji Shuilian's face turned serious. She quickly pushed her brother away and rushed up to meet the attack. A faint white light appeared on her slender hand as she released the power in her body. Although it looked like it was quite powerful, it was far inferior to Princess Tianga's attack. The two of them were not on the same level. "Bitch, get out of my way." Princess Heavenly Grid slapped Ji Shuilian and sent her flying. She was already injured and her cultivation was suppressed, so she was hit by the slap and hit the wall. She groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Sister." Ji Tianzi hurriedly ran over and helped his sister up. "Sister, are you all right?" I'm fine." Ji Shuilian struggled to get up and stared at Princess Tianga, who was not far away. "I can continue to fight and suppress her." "Suppress me? Do you think you have the ability now? If I didn't want to hand you over to the Divine Sun, I would have killed you with a single slap. I would have nailed you to this place and sucked your blood essence dry." Princess Heavenly Gul licked her lips. To her, these godly spirits were very nutritious. Although their attributes were mutually exclusive, their blood did not seem to be mutually exclusive. As long as he absorbed it slowly, there would be no problem at all. Furthermore, it was a great tonic. It seems like your evil spirit race's habit has never changed. It is to continuously absorb blood essence to strengthen yourself. At this time, Tianyun walked over from the side and stood in front of them. "Humans? A mere Earth monarch realm human dares to be arrogant in front of me?" Princess Heavenly Goo snorted coldly. I don't know how you managed to sneak into my heavenly grid palace, but those who trespass into my heavenly grid palace must die." After saying that, her aura surged, and she was about to launch a fierce attack on Yi Tianyun. Let me block her, you can't." Ji Shualian had already arrived beside Yi Tianyun and wanted to block Princess Heavenly Ji's attack. In her opinion, how could an Earth monarch fight against Princess Heavenly Ge? "How do you know that I can't?" Yi Tianyun said with a faint smile. "A man will say that he can't, but he will never say that he can't. You are about to die, but you are still kissing me here. Die." Princess Heavenly Ge didn't have time to listen to their nonsense. She rushed forward and waved her palm. She wanted to slap Yi Tianyun to death. Ji Shualian lifted her leg and tried to block Yi Tianyun. However, Yi Tianyun had already stretched out his hand and stopped her. He lightly pushed her back and said without turning his head, "Take care of your sister." After catching Ji Shualian, Ji Tianzi looked at Yi Tianyun in a daze. He didn't know where this human came from, but it seemed like he had a good relationship with his sister. Ji Shualian struggled and wanted to help Yi Tianyun. However, Yi Tianyun's figure disappeared. In the next moment, Princess Heavenly Ji's head was pressed to the ground by Yi Tianyun. With a dong sound, even the secret chamber shook. "You want to kill me?" With this bit of strength, Yi Tianyun's violent strength pressed her to the ground. She couldn't move at all. What kind of strength is this?" Princess Heavenly Ge was shocked. Her opponent was an Earth monarch. How come she couldn't fight back? "The strength to kill all of you," Yi Tianyun sneered. He lifted his leg and stomped on her arms and legs. At the same time, he sealed her strength. He did it in a smooth and practiced manner. Everyone behind him was dumbfounded. In almost an instant, Princess Heavenly Ge was defeated. "Sister, is he really an Earth monarch?" Ji Tianzi's eyes widened. This was beyond his common sense. An Earth monarch instantly killing a Lord of Heaven. If the difference wasn't small, he could accept it. But now, there was a difference of 6 to 7 levels. It feels like Ji Shualian was also shocked. She thought that Yi Tianyun would be in danger. But now, it seemed like she was overthinking. Yi Tianyun easily crushed his opponent, and it was as easy as blowing off dust. Everything was so simple. Bang! Yi Tianyun threw Princess Heavenly Ge in front of them and said indifferently, "I'll leave her to you. You can take revenge or torture her. It's up to you. But you need to be quick. If that god monarch returns, it'll be troublesome." The captured divine spirits looked at Princess Heavenly Ge coldly. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. What do you want?" "As long as you let me go, I'll let you leave safely. Otherwise, I'll ask my father to kill you. No matter where you go, my father will hunt you down." Princess Heavenly Ge didn't want to die. As a princess, she didn't want to die so quickly. "Leave safely," Ji Shualian sneered. "Do you think we'll believe you? You're a bunch of animals. You won't keep your promise." One by one, they stood up and prepared to kill Princess Tiange on the spot to vent their hatred. Chapter 12:29. Princess Tian Ge shivered when she felt that she was about to be killed. She thought that she was about to die. How could she not feel scared? The evil spirit race also had people who were extremely afraid of death, especially those with high positions of power. What they feared the most was death. Therefore, if there is a dangerous mission, they will definitely not do it themselves. They will send their subordinates to do it. Don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I will give you any treasure you want. As long as you keep me here, you can escape at will." Princess Tian Ge changed from threatening to begging for mercy. She knew that these people are serious, they really want to kill her, and they are not afraid of the divine emperor behind her. Ji Shualian and the others didn't care about Princess Tianji's begging. She doesn't know how many races have begged them for mercy, but it's useless. The more miserable the begging, the more they like it, and the more satisfying it is to kill them. That being the case, how can they let Princess Tiangu go? They want to wipe out the entire evil spirit race. They don't even want to let go of the old, young, women, and children. If they don't let go of the old, young, women, and children, then why should they let the evil spirit race go? Kill. They directly took out their weapons and slashed at Princess Tiangu. Each slash is very powerful. And soon Princess Tianji's body was dismembered. It seems that their methods are very cruel, but in fact, they are not even half as cruel as the evil spirit race. Ding! Successfully killed Princess Tiangu. Reward: 47 compressed EXP, 6 compressed crazy point, 5 SBS. Obtained evil spirit bone, evil spirit soul, evil spirit blood, Lord of Heaven level, evil spirit race key, rare. They could still gain experience even without his help. This was the reason why he let others deal with it. Hurry up and leave. The Divine Emperor should know about this place. Tianyan didn't say much and signaled them to leave quickly. If the Divine Emperor comes, they won't be able to escape. They nodded in agreement. After killing Princess Tiangu, they had temporarily resolved the hatred in their hearts and felt a bit better. But when they were about to open the door and leave, a terrifying pressure came from above their heads, causing them to bend their knees and kneel on the ground. They were already injured, and under this pressure, they couldn't even stand straight and kneel on the ground. Divine Sovereign's power. Their faces paled as they murmured, "It's over. The heavenly grid Manor's Manor Lord is back. We can't escape." Tianyan was powerful enough to kill the Lord of Heaven, but what about a divine sovereign? An earth monarch couldn't possibly kill a god monarch, right? Moreover, this Sir God was no ordinary Sir God. Tianyan lifted his head and looked up. It was indeed a strong God Lord who had reached God Lord level 4. With his current situation, it was really difficult to deal with him. Basically, he could only run if he could. Don't struggle. Relax and come in. Tianyan gestured for them to stop struggling. They immediately stopped struggling. They had complete trust in Tianyan. The person who could save them was their savior. It was impossible for him to harm them. Then Tianyan put them into the living ring. His silhouette flickered, and he disappeared on the spot. He easily teleported to the outskirts of the heavenly grid mansion. At the same time, he switched back to his evil spirit puppet and pretended to be a passerby. With a single teleportation, he easily escaped. There was no difficulty at all with his teleportation. Unless it was a heaven-defying restriction, he could easily teleport out. This wasn't the first time. There had been many times when nothing could stop him from teleporting. Perhaps a god lord didn't have the ability to stop his teleportation. While pretending to be a passerby, he slowly walked to the side. He wasn't in a hurry to leave the heavenly grid mansion. He wanted to see what was going on here. In the sky above the heavenly grid mansion, there was a god lord level 4 expert. He released his power and enveloped the entire heavenly grid mansion. It could be said that every corner was sealed off. Basically, even an ant could be detected. If anything happens to my daughter, all of you will die with her. The person flying in the air was naturally the owner of the heavenly grid mansion, God Lord Heavenly Grid. His power quickly spread downwards and soon reached the innermost part. A moment later, his eyes widened. How is this possible? Then, he dashed into the heavenly grid mansion. No one knew what he was going to do. Around the heavenly grid mansion, many evil spirit race walked over to take a look. They wanted to see what had happened to make God, Lord, Heavenly Grid, so angry. Soon, there was a group of evil spirit race watching from the outside. In no time, a terrifying power shot up from the ground into the sky. Boom! There was a loud sound. The evil spirit race, watching from the side, were blown away. They screamed in pain and rolled to the corner. Some of them were seriously injured by the shock wave and were on the verge of death. Etianyan was also affected by the shock wave. The evil spirit puppet almost couldn't withstand the powerful god, Lord Aura. Such strong power. This god Lord's power is too strong. Etianyan squinted his eyes. He could imagine how angry God, Lord Heavenly Grid, was. How could he not be angry when his daughter was killed, especially when he couldn't catch the culprit? That was the most infuriating thing. Who killed him? Who killed him? God, Lord Heavenly Grid, rushed up from the ground. He released all his arms and waved them in the air. Even his hair was flying in the air. His eyes were filled with anger as he looked around. Just this aura alone had already scared the many evil spirit races to the point of retreating a distance away. They had originally surrounded him rather closely. They were originally quite close to him, but in the blink of an eye, they moved back and created a big circle. They were afraid that they would be touched by God, Lord Heavenly Grid's anger. Then he made a grabbing motion in the air and immediately grabbed the evil spirit race that was closer to him. He coldly asked, "Speak. Did you see any strange people enter my mansion?" My lord, I didn't see Scram. God, Lord Heavenly Grid, threw the evil spirit race and smashed him into meat paste. He didn't hesitate to kill him. Although this was the royalty's territory, his position was higher. It was not a problem for him to kill some royalty. This scared the surrounding evil spirit race people, and they all retreated even further, afraid that they would be affected. "Speak. Did any of you see anyone enter my mansion? If anyone has any information, I will reward him with a heavenly law treasure." God, Lord Heavenly Grid immediately offered a reward to find out who had entered. However, no one answered. It was not that they didn't want it, but they didn't notice anyone suspicious entering. Chapter 12:30. The evil spirit tribe was envious of Lord Tianji's reward, but that was all. After all, they couldn't provide any accurate information. Only accurate information could get them the reward. It would be impossible for him to get his hands on Sir God Tiange just by saying a few words. He might even anger Sir God Tiange. By then, he would be dead. This reward is valid. If you have any news, come and report to my followers. Lord Tiange waved his hand, and a few followers appeared in the Heavenly Grid Mansion. All the guards in the Heavenly Grid Mansion had been killed by him. Their daughter's death was their fault. Most importantly, they didn't know anything. That was a capital crime. Hence, the guards in the Heavenly Grid Mansion were all wiped out by him, and he could only replace them with new guards. After Sir God Tiange gave his instructions, he flew in all directions quickly. The pressure of a Sir God spread out continuously. He wanted to see if there were any clansmen behaving strangely, or if there were any suspicious outsiders. I can't see anything. Our Heavenly Grid Mansion didn't offend other forces. The intruder must be skilled in assassination. The 3 guards of the Lord of Heaven are dead, and he did it so quietly. Could it be a divine lord? If it's a divine lord, it must be the elders. They wouldn't do such a thing. It seems like it's really an outsider. How could an outsider sneak in here? No, could there be a traitor? Lord Tiange kept guessing who the real culprit was. Everything happened so mysteriously that he couldn't find any information. Therefore, he could only look around to see if there were any suspicious people. I came back fast enough. Even if I escaped, I shouldn't have been able to escape so quickly, especially when I was looking down. I could still feel their aura. Why did they disappear so quickly? Could it be that they tore space? But how could they do that in a secret room? He kept talking to himself as if he was crazy. At the same time, he kept looking around for suspicious people. It was not as simple as his daughter's death. He was angry. His heavenly grid mansion was so big. His daughter was killed, and so many guards were killed. How could he accept that? He also wanted to know who dared to do this to him. All of this was the source of his anger, causing him to focus all his attention on searching. While he was frantically searching outside, Tianyan was wandering around on the side. This was the benefit of the evil spirit puppet. It could easily hide. Even if Sir God Tiange suspected his own people, there were so many of them here. Was he going to kill them all? These were all members of the royal family. It was fine to kill a few of them, but if he were to kill as he pleased, he would definitely incur the wrath of the other elders. These were all their descendants. How could they allow them to kill them at will? If they were outside Fan Yu's faction, it wouldn't be a problem for them to kill as they pleased. However, even Sir God Tiange wouldn't dare to act recklessly here. Tianyan looked around at the evil spirit race, his gaze becoming colder and colder. Sooner or later, all of you will have to pay your debts. Immediately after, he flew away. There was no God Spirit clan here, so he didn't need to stay. After leaving, he returned to his residence. If he continued to stay outside, he would definitely be criticized. Therefore, he came back first and released all of them. Evil spirit race. When Ji Tianze saw the evil spirit puppet at the side, he was immediately shocked. His killing intent surged as he prepared to attack. It wasn't just him. The other god spirit race were the same, and they immediately prepared to fight. As long as it was the evil spirit race, they would definitely treat it with hostility. Don't be so nervous. This is actually a puppet. It's not real. Ji Shualian indicated for them to relax. However, at the beginning, she was the same and would feel very nervous. It's not real. Ji Tianze sized up the evil spirit puppet at the side, suspiciously, then looked at Tianyan at the side, and said doubtfully, "So, realistic? Whether it's the aura or the appearance, there's no difference. If I couldn't do this, I think I would have been captured before I could save you." Tianyan shrugged. Ji Tianze's eyes lit up. He hurriedly came over and said, "Big brother Tianyan, did you make this yourself?" They had already chatted a lot on the way here, and they all knew Tianyan's name. "I guess so." Tianyan thought for a moment. He had indeed made this himself, but it wasn't the kind of thing that required a lot of meticulous crafting. When those puppet masters made puppets, there were too many steps that they needed to go through, and the project was extremely huge. As for the evil spirit puppet he made, it was very simple to fuse the materials together to form the evil spirit puppet. It was very simple. That powerful. Ji Tianze said in pleasant surprise, "Big brother Tianyan, can you teach me? I want to learn it, no matter what the conditions are." Just like Ji Shualian, he immediately thought of what to do with it. They all wanted to become puppets and take revenge on the evil spirit race and save their own clansmen. "Little brother, there's no need to ask him anymore. It's true that he made this thing, but in the end, he doesn't know how to do it either." Ji Shualian shook her head. "That's true. If I could still make it, I would definitely tell you." Tianyan scratched his head, awkwardly. It was a pity that this thing could not be considered as having been made, but rather pieced together. "All right." Ji Tianze's eyes were filled with disappointment. "But thank you, Big Brother Tianyan. If it wasn't for Big Brother Tianyan, we would have definitely died in the heavenly grid palace, and we wouldn't have been able to see Big Sister." Ji Shualian was also filled with gratitude. Their lives had all been saved by Tianyan. "There's no need to thank me now. Think about how to save your other clansmen first." Tianyan smiled and said, Let's save your clansmen first. I wonder how many of your clansmen are trapped here. Yes, Ji Tianzi said excitedly. A group of us didn't have time to escape, and were all captured. Other than the few of us who were captured separately, the elders and the other clansmen were all imprisoned in the same place. They seemed to be preparing to make offerings or something, but I don't know the details. Offerings? Yi Tianyan narrowed his eyes. There was also the word offerings. Could it be that they were offering to the fourth grade god domain, or were they offering to the domain lord? Yes, I heard about offerings, but I don't know who they were offering to. I don't think the elders and the others will be sent out so quickly. They must still be in their cells. Ji Tianzi shook his head and said, however, I don't know where they are being held. We don't even know where they are.